awfully dramatic.
Yes, it is. A, B, C.
Which sounds an awful lot like... And
Yeah.
the entire album.
Yeah. They do. They just...
It has a sound.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of admire that, although it gets really boring.
Anyway.
Well, how was your 3 days off?
I don't know.
Gina not here, still taking time off.
Yeah.
I just saw that she had tweeted something. I don't know if it was today or yesterday. Was with our friend Paulette in New York. And there's a picture of Paulette with a drink in her hand, of course.
Of course.
And looking lovely.
As always.
And there's a big plate of French fries in front of her. Mm-hmm. And Gina has said she knows what I want, what I need. It's French fries. Here in New York, they don't call it fry sauce. They call it aioli. Now, I responded to that. You keep talking like that, you're not welcome back here. You are not welcome back here in Utah if you're going to start saying it's aioli.
Fry sauce and aioli are very different.
They are pretty different.
Very
yes.
different.
Here they call it aioli. Well, it's not the same thing, really, Gina.
No.
But
mayonnaise.
But asking Gina to make any kind of distinctions or judgments about food is just the wrong thing to do.
No.
Hi, Katie.
Oh, hey. I've heard
Katie.
it be called fancy sauce.
Aioli?
No, fry sauce.
Who's
calling
calling?
fancy sauce?
I heard it called fancy sauce.
I kind of like that, actually.
How low and redneck do you have to be to refer to that as
I don't know.
fancy?
Maybe they make it super fancy. I don't
Need
know.
some fancy.
Can I have some fancy sauce? I don't want ketchup. Give me some of that. I don't want any of that catsup.
Yeah.
I don't want any of that catsup. I want some fancy sauce.
Wait, what did Heinz call it? Mayo chup? Some
Mayo
of that
chup.
stuff?
Well, yeah, they've done that.
Hi.
So Katie is here filling in because Gina is not here and Nick is fired. So just would you get a hold of him?
I'm wondering if there is some mass miscommunication that went over this weekend.
Mass
between
miscommunication?
him and I. I'm worried
Well,
my
that's
phone.
not wait a minute. That's not mass.
Well, it is mass when it's on the radio, I feel, and he's supposed to be here and I'm here. But I feel like maybe my phone messed up or something, but I'm trying to make sure that he'll be here tomorrow. And
you think you didn't really ask him to be here?
No, I'm worried my phone didn't, my text message didn't go through.
You're going to blame it on the phone?
I've been struggling with my phone recently
you are generally a very
on
efficient,
top of things.
Yes, generally. But I think you just blew it this time, and you don't want to admit it.
I also missed like 7 different calls this weekend for some reason, where my phone just didn't ring.
Again, blaming your phone. Come on.
If you've been struggling with your phone, you could get a young person to help you.
You're right. You would think that myself as a young person could help myself.
Listen, I could take if you're struggling with your phone, give it to me and I can wrestle it to the ground right now. I'll wrestle it to the ground and put my knee on it.
There's some robots on it. It might fight you on it, but you know.
Well, I'm glad you're here.
I'm here. I got you guys.
And you know what? You can fill in tomorrow too. To hell with Nick. I mean, to hell with him. Just let him know he's fired. Okay. He's not welcome here. If he's not fired, he's just not welcome here anymore.
Well, we got somebody from Fox 13 out front.
I saw that.
Doing a live shot. Maybe they could fill in. Because they're just sitting in their cars right now.
I saw that. They were sitting there this morning when I pulled in at,
they could fill
5:30.
Whoever it is.
Every so often when I pull in, they've been there just chilling.
It might be Scott McCain.
Maybe they feel they sit over there and smoke weed.
Make it look like the radio kids are doing it.
Yeah. It might be our friend Scott McCain. He's done a few live shots from that position before.
Well,
and I know he listens. So
he's your friend. He's no friend of mine.
So Scott, come on in.
Yeah, if you're there, if you want to come in,
come on in.
Text us at 33986, and we'll send Cameron Diaz down to open the door for you. How about that?
All right.
What?
I think we're yeah. All right.
We got.
I think we got everything.
Coming up, by the way, in the boners today, boner day, each candidate, all 3 of the candidates, gun stupidity related.
Oh, boy.
Gun stupidity, gun danger, guns. I'll say, and I'll just give you one hint. Eric Greitens. That's one.
I was going to say,
that's one hint.
I was hoping that was going to be one of them.
That is one. There's gun stupidity in Salt Lake City, and then there's gun stupidity, another gun stupidity. So all three there.
I know that we're doing what Eric Greitens wants, because the Washington Post did a story on it, and he's like, "Thanks for bringing attention to our ad." He wants that, but at the same time, it's important that people know what the Republican Party is now.
I think I have no problem
Yeah.
talking about it because he's a dangerous moron.
Yes.
And the Republican Party embraces him.
Yeah. Well, they're certainly not, chastising him. They're not doing anything about it.
No, they won't.
And they won't.
No.
All right. Well, let's begin the show so that we can end the show.
Okay, I'm up for that. Let's take check-ins if you want to do it. It's Tuesday, isn't it? 877-602-9696. That would be the number to call. How did you spend your holiday? Did you celebrate Juneteenth in any way, or Father's Day? I went up to Snowbird and went to the Father's Day brunch there and had just a lovely, lovely time. I had not been to Snowbird in quite a while.
It has been a while.
And it was just great. But what did you guys do? 877-602-9696 would be the number to call and check in with us this morning, or you can text us at 33986.
All right. UtahAdvocates.com. You can go there and talk to an attorney live 24/7 via their chat feature, and it won't cost you a thing. You can get the opinion on your case.
Yep.
If you think you have a case.
If you think you have a case, then call the advocates, 801-355-5550. And as Carrie said, 24 hours a day, any day of the week. And they literally will answer the phone at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's when I want you to call, because I like it when you wake up attorneys in the middle of the night. But the advocates, if you've been hurt in an accident, these are the people you want to call. Katie can tell you that for sure.
Twice. I called them twice. They're wonderful.
And they got you, helped you get a settlement.
Yep, right? I didn't pay anything. I didn't have to worry about anything. I just got better, and then they could help me get a settlement.
There you go. 801-355-5550. Or you can go online and chat if you're shy. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's UtahAdvocates.com. As X90...
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. In this episode, we find our elders rendezvousing with Zone Leader Hansen on some distant planet in the BFE sector. Hey, Butch, what you got there?
Oh, it's a care package from my folks. You know, my mom means well, but she just doesn't understand the physics involved in sending stuff from home.
Well, what you mean?
Well, the cookies she sent are fine. They're hard as a rock, just the way I remember them. It's the lime jello with shredded carrots in it that causes problems. You know, even in Tupperware, this stuff goes bad after a week in hyperspace. Missionaries who have eaten this stuff have been known to develop a form of space madness.
Wow. Oh, look, here comes Zone Leader Hansen right now.
I have discovered the most incredible object. It allows us to view any period in the history of any planet. We can research early church history. This discovery will allow me to get reassigned back to Earth and leave you two losers far behind.
Great. Glad to hear it. What's that have to do with us?
Since you weren't having much luck in the field, I figured that you wouldn't mind watching my discovery while I go back to Starbase 182 and file my report. Hey, are you eating while I'm talking to you? Give me that.
Sorry.
Say, green jello with carrot shavings. I haven't had this since I left home.
But, sir, I think you ought to know that...
Quiet, Lehigh. He's eating.
Shut up, the both of you, right now. This jello tastes funny.
He's gone mad. He's got space madness. We better go after him.
Okay. Hey, what's that thing right there?
You mean that natural arch that seems to be showing the History Channel?
Yeah, that thing. What is it?
I believe that who is it would be a more appropriate question.
Is that you that said that, Butch?
No. It must have been the natural arch over there. Okay, I'll play. Who are you, and what have you done with Zone Leader Hansen?
I am the guardian of forever. Hansen has entered through me into your world's past.
Entered through you?
Well, I guess we can get back to tracking now, huh, Lehigh?
No, we most certainly can't.
Huh?
We need to get Zone Leader Hansen back and cure his jello-induced space madness.
Come on now, Lehigh. He was a little weird before my mom's jello. Are we sure he's sick?
Where in our world's history is Hansen now, Guardian?
He was asking questions about Mormon history and about lime jello in particular. He entered as I was showing him the Relief Society meeting where sisters first began to experiment with lime jello.
Well, if he disturbs that meeting, the timeline of church history could be permanently changed. Let's go, Butch. Whoa! Will Zone Leader Hansen change church history? Can Butch and Lehigh get him to go before he does? Will the Relief Society let Hansen anywhere near their test kitchen? Tune in next time to hear Relief Society President Mulestein say...
I'm at a loss, sisters. We've tried shredded beets, cauliflower, radishes, eggplant, zucchini, and rutabaga. Nothing seems to go with this new lime jello stuff.
Excuse me, sister. I think we can help.
I don't think we should go against the Prime Directive, Bush.
How did you get in here? One wrong move and you'll see the business end of my skillet. Just like the last kid who wandered in here and tried to tell us how to conduct our business.
Other kid? Oh, hey, it's Zone Leader Hansen. She's knocked him out cold.
Nice going, ma'am. Wish I'd have been here to see it. Tell you what, we'll get him out of your way and you can go back to doing what you were doing. Oh, yeah, and you might want to try shredded carrots.
I warned you about meddling.
She's got a skillet.
Run for it!
Run! On the next liposuctioning episode of Space Elders!
All right, 6:21 right now. Let's get this over with.
Yeah, and please take advantage of that phone number. I see somebody is on the line waiting to check in, but there are a couple of lines available. 877-602-9696 is the number to call and check in, or you can text us, as I see some have done, 33986. Do we have a sponsor to open the show, Katie?
We do. Young Automotive Group is locally owned and has 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today and check out our inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think Young, think Ogden.
The moon, 46.2% of full. It's in the third quarter, a waning moon. And is today the first day of summer?
Today is the solstice.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is the longest day of the year.
First day of summer, that's right. So the day is going to go on way too long as far as I'm concerned. It's the moon will set at 2:06 p.m. today being the first day of summer, Tuesday, the 21st day of June in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ 2022. And this is the Radio from Hell show, the show for people who feel like hell in the morning. Carrie Jackson, Bill Allred, Gina Barberi, who is not here today. Katie, for short, is our producer and standing in for Gina. We have Cameron Diaz and Miriam helping out today in the booth as well. And now.
All right. The sooner we begin, the sooner we can get it over with. Let's start with Johnny C.
Johnny.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning. How are you?
Thanks for letting me. I'm doing great. Thanks so much for letting me listen.
It's our pleasure, believe me.
I wanted to tell you guys, if memory serves, right after 9/11, you guys decided not to play as much music, but just to talk, and that has worked real well for you. And the switch up that you guys have done, adding a little bit of music into the morning routine, it's brilliant. I love it. It's made it even more enjoyable.
I'm glad you like it. We were kind of dubious about it, frankly.
Yes.
It was suggested to us by a consultant.
It wasn't really suggested.
No,
that was why we were.
It was demanded.
Yes, we were dubious.
We were kind of dubious about it, but we made some alterations to his suggestion and did it. And as it turns out, we kind of like it. It's one of the reasons, Johnny, we like it. It gives us an opportunity to catch our breath a little bit.
I thought you were going to say go potty.
I can imagine.
Same thing.
I did get a survey call from Todd Newcomb. And I took that and said some nice things, I hope, reached the people at me. But
no, they never pass it on to us. If you say something nice, they never tell us.
Nope.
If you say something bad, they tell us immediately.
All good.
Okay?
Good job, guys.
All right. Thanks, Johnny.
Been listening for a long time.
Thanks
you,
for
Johnny.
doing it.
Good morning.
See ya.
All right, let's go to Michael.
Michael, what's up?
Good. You were just saying that your boners are going to be about guns.
Yeah.
And a couple of weeks, three before the last two big, shootings that hit the airwaves. One was 19 and the other one was 20. They went down to buy pistols. They wouldn't sell them pistols, but they sold them AR-15s.
I didn't know that. I mean, I knew they had AR-15s, but they wouldn't sell them pistols. Why would that
right.
be?
Why you got to be 21
Because
for a handgun.
They weren't old enough.
Well, if you have to be 21 to purchase a handgun, why shouldn't you have to be 21 to purchase any kind of a firearm?
Welcome to the wonderful world of gun laws.
I don't. Yeah. See, it's just baffling.
Yeah. I know. It killed me. I couldn't believe it. And it took them 20 minutes. 20 minutes in and out.
Yeah, I knew that.
With no money down.
Yeah. Well.
Isn't that bad?
For hell's sakes.
Yep.
I mean,
I just thought it'd tie in with your your boners.
Well, thank you.
Perfect.
For hell's sakes, I would rather say something else, but I can't say it.
Yeah, because
I got that. I said that when I learned that.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
All right.
Me. Okay.
Thanks,
well,
Michael.
Gentlemen, have a nice day.
All right.
All righty.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Good Lord, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I would be even more dumbfounded, but it's unfortunately par for the course, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's see. Texters, Johnny B checking in. Listening while doing my back exercises and popping some generic ibuprofen to celebrate the summer solstice. Johnny, go ahead and spring on that name brand ibuprofen.
And if you really want to celebrate, have a slug of whiskey.
Yeah. Let's see. Went to Father's Day dinner with the family. Asked where Dad is. He decided to stay home because it's his day and he didn't want to come.
Well, that's just there you go.
All right.
That just makes sense.
That's fine.
Crafty Lindsay checking in. We got a long week ahead of us out on the Salt Flats. First time spending glorious time in Wendover. Here I come.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be more appropriate to say that Katie is sitting in for Gina because Gina never stands?
I mean, I'm standing, though.
Yeah,
Says
Katie is standing.
I stand because I'm normally standing either behind the scenes or I was at the board. And so I tend to stand here. I also feel very short if I sit.
I know exactly what you mean.
I get covered.
I'm sitting, and I can just sort of see the top of Carrie's head over this computer.
Let's see. And then there's just this random text. It makes me feel like you don't want to talk to us. I don't know what that means.
It makes me feel like you don't want to talk to us.
When you're texting, context is important.
Maybe they're referring to the music in that check-in.
I don't know.
That's all I can think about.
Checking in, stayed in bed all Sunday. COVID booster knocked me out all weekend.
Really?
I'm getting mine this weekend.
And rightly so. A texter has pointed out, Bill, that whiskey and ibuprofen, not a good combination.
Yeah.
Oh, why? I do it all the time. Hasn't hurt me none.
As far as we know.
Yeah.
Traffic, please, Katie.
Traffic, quick little refresh really fast. Last thing that they reported was about 32 minutes ago, and it was in Uinta County, 7 miles north of Bonanza. It should be cleared by now, if not in the next 20 minutes. Otherwise, everything else is already cleared or finished with, and everything else looks pretty green. So that is your traffic. And there you go.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back. If someone would let very important sports into the building, he is standing by. Also, Big Boy News and Opinioendo all coming up. And, Wendy's for breakfast and late nights. Now, what you need to do before you leave for work today is download the Wendy's app because that is where this special deal is available only. Okay. Only to you app users. It is the 2 for $3 mix and match deal in the Wendy's app. You can mix and match 2 great breakfast items with a choice of the sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit or the sausage or bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant for just $3. But that's only when you order in the Wendy's app. Those delicious breakfast sandwiches that I've been telling you about for a long time, fresh cracked eggs, savory, the sausage is what I really, really like myself. But that's, hey, it's your deal. Flaky croissant, hot buttery biscuits straight out of the oven for just $3 in the app only, though. And if you're out late at night, driving around, want some French fries, swing into Wendy's and get yourself some of these hot and crispy French fries. They're preferred over McDonald's fries almost 2 to 1. They're also guaranteed to be hot and crispy. So if you get some that are not, let them know, and they will make sure that they get you some that are. It's Wendy's.
Hey, I'm
From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear
Okay,
these.
wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
Some believe. People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right then.
Are there any,
I want you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies, Carrie.
Studies
say,
herbalists.
according to this midwife
and
herbalist.
A study could be, I've studied things, and that's
it takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here, the symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath, like it was totally like, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
couldn't possibly
amazing.
be that you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my God, you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
talking. And they kept the cougars away, and they kept...
Rachel Talley charges, midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much does she charge?
And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge?
That's what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there. Okay. Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
And I don't recall the handle right now, but it's the lead singer of Eve 6, and he runs the Twitter account for Eve 6. And he is hilarious.
Really?
I stole that album from my brother when I was little, and I never gave it back, and I actually still have the CD to this day.
He's very self-deprecating.
He should be.
He admits, yeah, we were a one-hit wonder. Yeah. I get it. All right. Big boy news. We got very important sports coming up. Big boy news and opinion window now. Brought to you by
Tim Daly has new arrivals daily and a pre-owned selection of over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from. All makes, all models. Think forever warranty. Think Tim Daly.
Two Florida deputies, sheriff's deputies, found guilty of disseminating information about Bob Saget's death before his wife was able to get information on her husband's passing. Entertainment Weekly obtained an internal investigation report from the Orange County Sheriff's Office that details the spread of Saget's death from employees to social media before an official release was provided by the Sheriff's Office and their public information officer. According to the report, deputies Emiliano Silva and Stephen Reed violated the department's dissemination of information directives by telling their friends and family members, who then posted the information on social media. Deputy Silva texted his brother that Bob Saget was dead. His brother then tweeted the information saying, "Rest in peace, Bob Saget."
And that's before the family was notified.
Yeah. The sheriff's communications department determined that this tweet was posted before Saget's family had been notified of his death, before the sheriff's office put out an official media release, and before the homicide unit or medical examiner had even arrived on the scene. During that time, Kelly Rizzo was unable to receive any information from, that's Bob Saget's wife, was unable to receive any information from the hotel or the police about Saget's condition. But the friends and family of these two officers, they knew all about it. Now, I don't think that there was any, ill intent or malice involved in what they were doing. It's just stupidity, just being dumb and insensitive. Silva claimed he didn't know that his brother would take the information and put it on Twitter.
Well, but
but you shouldn't have told your brother
exactly.
Anyway.
As a professional. Yeah. You should realize the family has not been notified. I shouldn't tell anyone until the family has been notified.
I didn't get a chance to listen to any of this, but Brian Wilson, of course, the co-founder of the Beach Boys and one of the most respected songwriters and musicians of his time, turned 80 years old. And to mark the occasion, Wilson shared a birthday tribute video featuring clips of multiple musicians paying homage to his octogenarian status, it says here. I would never say it that way, but that's the way they wrote it. A number of folks featured in the clip include Questlove, Fleet Foxes, Elton John, She and Him, John Cusack, David Crosby, Jeff Bridges, and Al Jardine. The video ends with Bob Dylan performing a simple voice and acoustic guitar rendition of Happy Birthday to You.
All of them will tell you that the Beach Boys were a huge influence.
Yeah. You don't happen to have the Dylan singing Happy Birthday to You, do you?
I didn't know you were going to do that.
I'd like to hear that. I didn't have a chance to listen to it this morning. Dylan has actually performed Happy Birthday in a live setting a handful of times, 8 to be precise. People keep track of these things. First in 1981 and most recently in 2010. I don't know how people know that, but they apparently do. COVID rates are very high right now in Utah, COVID levels. 5 of Utah's 29 counties are at a high community level of COVID-19. And they say in these counties, these 5 counties, everyone should be wearing masks indoors and avoiding non-essential activities if they're at risk of becoming severely ill from the virus, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Salt Lake, Summit, Tooele, Grand, and San Juan counties all moved up to the CDC's highest level on the latest national map that measures case counts,
I thought we were over with this.
No.
As well as hospital admissions and capacity by a county, following the Utah Department of Health's weekly COVID-19 update. The rest of Utah's counties are split between community levels, but Salt Lake, Summit, Tooele, Grand, and San Juan counties are all very bad. We should probably be broadcasting from home again.
Probably.
You tell me when.
We we went to dinner on Friday night, and we purposely booked the elderly hours of 5:30 to make sure that it wouldn't be
Did you
crowded.
get the early bird special?
I don't think there was one, but yeah. So we went at 5:30, and it was not crowded, but no masks. Me and Sue were the only ones.
Yeah. Let's see now. Are Democrats and Republicans becoming more polarized and less moderate? Yes. I mean, that's the headline on the Deseret News. I don't know why they would then go on to write a story about that.
I don't think the Democrats have changed, really.
Well, it doesn't. That's not what it's saying. They're just, they're just because the Republicans are going further and further away from
they're radicalized.
any kind of moderation.
Yeah.
And I have proof of that right here. I got texted this over the weekend.
Who texted you this?
Andrew Badger.
Oh, really?
He texted me this.
Okay.
A red wave means nothing if we don't elect Republicans who fight. Blake Moore supported Liz Cheney for House leadership, sponsored a censure resolution condemning Trump, and voted for the January 6th commission. Andrew Badger supports America First leadership like DeSantis. It's time we fight back harder on election integrity, securing the border, and parental rights in education. Visit Badger 2022 website for more. So he's running against Blake Moore. I went to his website.
Okay.
Want to hear a little bit of it?
Because I have some thoughts for Andy here.
Here's Andrew Badger.
What did he say?
This is Andrew Badger introducing himself to us. My roots in Utah run deep. I'm a fifth-generation Utah of pioneer ancestry, including Rodney Badger, who was the first law enforcement officer in Utah to give his life in the line of duty. Okay. I went to public school here, Timpview High. I learned to love my country. My character and values were forged in Boy Scout outings to the West Desert and high school football games at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Utah made me into the man I am today. I am really sorry to hear that, Mr. Badger.
Mm-hmm.
He went to Harvard.
Oh, elite East Coast school, did he?
He got a master's degree in diplomacy from the University of Oxford.
Which he threw away.
And both Oxford and Harvard, I was the lone conservative in the proverbial liberal lion's
In
den.
Harvard?
That's what he says.
No.
I started my career as a civilian and intelligence officer for the defense. He goes on.
He's counting on people not knowing about Harvard.
And then there are pictures of him on his campaign website with assault rifles.
Of course, because he's the Taliban.
He looks like it.
That's what they do. They pose with rifles.
He's he's running against Blake Moore, who is a very conservative Republican, but not this bad.
No.
Recently engaged to my fiance. I'm hoping to start a family soon.
Well, good.
In my spare time, I want to start a family.
But he starts out his text to you about the January 6th committee and how Liz Cheney and all of that.
Yeah.
What he's saying is that he wants Republicans to be able to crime and get away with it.
Yeah.
See? That's what he's saying. It's because Liz Cheney's calling out Republicans on their crimes. He doesn't think that should happen. We should be able to crime and get away with it.
The Republican Party in Texas made a series of far-right declarations as part of its official party platform over the weekend, claiming that President Biden was not legitimately elected, issuing a rebuke to Senator John Cornyn for his work on bipartisan gun legislation, and referring to homosexuality as, quote, an abnormal lifestyle choice.
They're coming for you.
That's the Republican Party in Texas.
And they are the first. They won't be the last.
Yeah, they're great, aren't they?
All right. Sports, weather, traffic. Well, we got
I was
very
going to
important
say
sports
weather
here.
traffic.
Weather traffic, yes.
Weather, we've got a high of 84 today, possibly, and a nice low of 56 tonight. It's going to be sunny. No rain or anything today, and it's just going to clear up more and more towards the end of the week. Weather brought to you by, for over 65 years, we've been a part of your community. While our name is changing, our community to you is not, or our commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstToYou.com. And traffic, a quick refresh. Last thing reported was the thing in Utah County. Uinta County, and so everything else is cleared up, and things are green and looking good, so traffic is good to go.
All right, thank you very much. Very important sports now, brought to you by
Medicaid and CHIP, providing health care coverage for Utah kids. Enrollment is always open. Apply online at coveringkids.health.utah.gov or call 888-222-2542.
Here he is, Mr. Amy Donaldson himself, Edward K. Brass, attorney at law and sports expert.
Dressed up for you.
You look nice. You look very nice. Going to court today, huh?
Yeah.
Court.
Unfortunately. Yeah.
I got court. Sports, please.
Welcome to the I've had a few regrets, but I did it my way edition of Very Important Sports for Pittsburgh Pirates shortstop Mauricio Paez and Republic of Texas secessionist Raul Montemayor. You see, they're going to leave the Union.
Yeah. That's the Texas Republican Party also wants to
it's
do
one
that.
of their planks.
Yeah.
The America's Hat Grand Prix from Montreal. First place, Max Verstappen from the Netherlands. Second, Carlos Sainz from Spain. Third, finally, Sir Lewis Hamilton, the greatest driver of all time. His first podium of 2022. He's phoning it in this year.
He's a little guy. Are they all little guys?
Yeah,
those
you have to be
Formula One
little
people?
to fit in the cars.
Yeah, they're all kind of slight.
It would be pretty cool to see Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in an F1 car, though.
I just like to see him getting out of one.
Yeah,
That would be.
Well, you used to be able to see that at the circus. In trail running, Amy Donaldson is running the Kokopelli 150.
What's wrong with her?
Exactly. That is a 150-mile run from Fruita, Colorado to Moab over the next 7 days in blistering heat. They have medical doctors stationed along the way, like real, genuine medical doctors.
Jesus.
Yeah, sounds like fun, huh? And by the way, if anybody wants to go by the house and let the dogs out, I'd sure appreciate that, because when I get home after work, it's not going to be a pretty thing. So, in the NBA, the Jazz are still without a coach, but however, last weekend at a small table in Sabor Latino in South Salt Lake, Danny Ainge and Kerry Jackson were seen having dinner together. Draw your own conclusions. It's a future coaching prospect.
We're talking about the uniforms. That's what we were talking about.
Is that what it was? Major League Baseball in the American League, the East is the Yankees, the Central is the Twins, the West is the Houston Colt 45s, the National League East is the Mets, the Central the Cardinals, the West is the Dodgers. Meet the Mets, step right up and greet the Mets. Bring your kiddies, bring your wife. Guaranteed to have the time of your life, because the Mets are really socking the ball, knocking the home runs over the wall.
I wish you would sing that. Sing it.
You lost a bet.
East side, west side, everybody's coming down to meet the METS Mets of New York Town.
All right.
You know that song.
Yeah.
In the National Hockey League, it's almost July, so it must be time for the finals for Lord Stanley's Cup. The Avalanche lead the Lightning 2-1. On Saturday, the Avalanche beat the Lightning 7-0, but yesterday, the Lightning beat the Avalanche 6-2. It was so bad that the Avalanche took their goalie out and put in someone else.
Now, you're a nut, you would say. You watch all kinds of sports. Do you watch hockey as well?
A little bit, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I think the Stanley Cup is the greatest trophy in sports. I really do. It has the name of everybody who's ever been on a winning team is on the cup. That's those concentric rings that are on it. It's really impressive. Yeah, I mean, I watch that. Hey, I watch cornhole. So, that's how bad it is.
I watch cornhole.
In football, Real Salt Lake 2, San Jose 0. RSL moves up to second place in the West, 2 points behind LAFC. Next up is the 11th place Columbus Cool Breezes at the Rio Tinto Coppermine Stadium. The U.S. men's team won. El Salvador won last week. Another fine performance by the men's team against a very tiny country. The English Premier League is over until August. However, in a playoff for promotion, Nottingham Forest joined the Premier League for the first time since 1999 by defeating Huddersfield. I feel compelled to tell you that Forest is owned by Maid Marian, and they're captained by Friar Tuck, Alan Hale, and Errol Flynn.
Oh, is Little John involved in it anywhere?
Alan Hale is Little John.
Oh, that's right.
and Robin and Loxley, of course, is the forward. Mm-hmm. In U.S. Open golf, Will Zalatoris, you can tell sports are sort of lacking this time here, missed a 14-foot putt on the 18th hole that would have tied him with the winner, Matt Fitzpatrick. And no, I don't watch golf. Okay, Charlie, don't golf.
All right.
It was Fitzpatrick's first win on the PGA Tour. Fitzpatrick won $3,150,000 for a weekend of work. Zalatoris, who tied for second, nevertheless won $1.557 million. Second place. Again, no contact sports, play golf. Tennis is second place. Also in NBA news, as you mentioned last week, Golden State beat the Celtics 4-2. But you talked a little bit about Steph Curry. I want you to know the guy has 4 championships. He was the unanimous finals MVP. He's only the 5th player in NBA history to win multiple MVPs, final MVP, and scoring title. The others, he's a guard. He's a little guy. The other guys, Wilt Chamberlain, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Michael Jordan, LeBron James, all big people who dominate games. But he's a small guy that did that. In other great sports news, in college basketball, Houston Baptist star forward Darius Lee, the university's male athlete of the year, on course to graduate in December, went home for the summer to New York and was killed in a shooting. Random shooting. He was 21 years old. He was killed and 8 other people were wounded. No one has been arrested. In the NFL, Daniel Snyder, the owner of the Washington Commanders NFL team,
what a jerk.
He declined to testify about the toxic work environment at his team before Congress. The NFL has already fined the team $10 million after an investigation into harassment claims. That should tell you something about why he doesn't want to testify.
He owns the team. Didn't his dad own it?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I think he's Dan Snyder Jr. I don't know. I'll look.
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. He hasn't done much with them. I mean, he's sort of run them into the ground. But Zach Wilson is purported to be on the verge of a breakout year with the Jets, Jets. See, they stole that from the Mets?
Yeah.
According to New York pundits. According to this pundit right here, it will be due to the fact that first-round draft choice wide receiver Garrett Wilson, former Buckeye star, has been added to the team. Former Chiefs wide receiver Tyreek Hill, just to show you there's no loyalty in sports, he was traded to the Dolphins in the offseason, and then he said in a podcast last week that the Chiefs and Mahomes would struggle without him, and that Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa was a better quarterback than Mahomes. And Mahomes said, "We still love Tyreek in Kansas City."
Now, Dan Snyder, he bought the team from Jack Kent Cooke.
Okay, Jack Kent Cooke, who once upon a time owned the Lakers. So that's a small world. And I'm sure he paid him a lot of money for it. And if he was to sell it now, which I'm sure is ultimately going to happen, because, sometimes when sports franchise owners do foolish things, they have to sell their franchises.
Forbes magazine says Dan Snyder is worth $4 billion US dollars.
Well, good. What's his business? Does it say what his business is?
This is an American businessman. That's all it says.
Legitimate business, yeah.
Maybe he's the owner of Maverick.
No,
that could be it.
I don't know.
Well, in any event, that's your post-Juneteenth sports for June, whatever today is, 20th, 21st? Oh, yeah, that's right.
He's in advertising.
It is
Snyder Communications.
It's the is it the 81st anniversary of the invasion of Russia?
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Edward K. Brass. Very important sports.
Go win your case.
Traffic, Katie, please.
Traffic. Well, we don't really need to say what's going on in Emery County, but there was a crash 56th South and 27th West in Roy. Looks like clearance time is going to be about 7:30 on that. It doesn't tell me what side of the road is being taken over, but it's less than 5 minutes worth of delay. So that is all I'm getting information about right now. So if you see something, you can tell me over at the message stream at 33986, as long as it's safe for you to text. Otherwise, everything else looks pretty green and clear. So that is traffic.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back. We got Boner of the Day coming up. Stand by for that.
Gun-related boners, each one of them.
Fun.
Yeah.
Gun. Coming up. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
It is the first day of summer today.
Yes, it is.
The longest day of the year. And wouldn't you like to be able to observe all of that without wearing glasses or contact lenses? You can if you go to Hoops Vision.
Well, and a lot of folks go to the mountains, but I remember when I got my eyes first done at Hoops, I went home and I looked up at the mountain, and I was able to see individual trees.
Yeah.
I'd never seen that
before. That's what that's like.
There you go. Yeah. That's a mountain.
This is the perfect time to go to Hoops Vision and check and get the free, no obligation appointment to see if you are a good candidate for the LASIK procedure. And you probably are. Most people are these days. But for a limited time, they're offering $800 off LASIK or PRK. $800 off the procedure. So book your appointment today. Call 877-30-LASIK or book it online at hoopsvision.com.
Hello, kitties. It's me, your old friend, the bookkeeper. Since this is tax season, I thought you might want to hear a story from the big ledger about filing your taxes. Today's installment concerns the do's and don'ts of claiming deductions. Pay careful attention now, or you may have to pay more later.
Well, Mrs. Johnson, I've looked over your return, and I have a few questions about some of your deductions.
Oh my, is there something wrong?
Well, you've claimed over $9,000 in medical expenses.
That's correct. I have all the receipts right here in this shoebox.
You seem to be in perfect health. Now, some of these procedures seem a bit odd.
Oh?
Spaying,
Yes.
neutering,
Yes.
hairball removal.
Yes.
These are services performed on your cat.
Oh, yes, I love cats. I have over 30 of them.
You can't claim your pet's medical expenses.
But they're like family to me.
It's not allowed by the IRS.
Well, could I claim them as a home improvement?
How so?
Well, they keep me toasty warm in the winter. They're like portable space heaters.
I don't think so.
Well, they shed a lot.
So?
Their excess fur helps insulate my house. Better R value than the pink fiberglass stuff.
And no.
Can I claim them as my children?
And no. The government would never overlook you being 80 years old with more than 30 dependents, some of whom are named Buffy, Tabby, and Mr. Boots.
Well, I've made sure they all have Social Security numbers.
Well, why didn't you say so? Sign here. You can expect a hefty refund.
Oh, thank you.
Ms. Smith, send in Mr. Thompson, will you?
Oh,
The guy who wants to deduct his dog as a home security system.
okay.
Well, kiddies, it does pay to keep good records after all. Looks like Mrs. Johnson is in for a windfall. If she can avoid an audit by the IRS, that is. Maybe the nice accountant fellow from S&M Block will go to jail for her. Remember to file on time, and if you need any help with those tricky forms, don't hesitate to ask your old friend, the bookkeeper.
Yeah, I mean, you're welcome to.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, you're welcome to.
7:05 right now. We got Boner of the Day coming up.
I was, I don't know why I was doing this, but I was listening to a radio station here in town on my day off.
Why would you do that?
I don't know, because it just makes me mad and amazes me with its I don't know how to put it. Its lack of intelligence, I guess. And anyway, I'm listening to it, and they had on somebody filling in for one of the regular hosts, and that person filling in was Scott Howell, who was a former lawmaker, Democrat here in Utah, ran against Orrin Hatch twice for Senate, and of course lost both times. It seems like a nice enough guy. But I just was kind of stunned to hear this. They were talking about voter security, how voting in Utah is a very secure thing to do. It's very difficult to commit any kind of fraud. The integrity, even though it's mail-in, the integrity is just superb. And I'm listening to that going, yeah, that's great to hear. They're talking about this in exactly the right way, and just telling everybody your vote is secure here in Utah. And one of the things that they started talking about was the mail-in ballot.
Yeah.
So how do you know? How do the county clerks and the polling people know that the mail-in ballot is really yours? I mean, it's you. You signed it. They know. Well. They talked about that. They said there's a database of your signature is now on file, and they compare it. They catch it.
Yeah.
They will catch it if it's wrong. And this former state legislator, Scott Howell, then said, "I know this personally because I signed my son's ballot for him, and send it in." And they
let me guess, your son on a mission? Did he say?
I didn't quite catch that. Why he did it?
That would be my guess.
Anyway,
yeah.
He signed it and sent it in, and they caught it. The people they called up and said, we don't think this is your son's signature. This is not. This is not. And Scott Howell said, I signed it for him, and I. Well, he's admitting to committing a crime.
That is committing voter fraud.
I don't know why he would do that. Why would he on the radio admit to committing a crime? I just was kind of blown away.
And I'm sure if he was a Democrat doing this, I'm sure he'd be arrested by now.
He is a Democrat, and he was.
Oh, he is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. No, he's a Democrat.
He shouldn't be doing that.
And I thought, this, I mean, first of all, you shouldn't admit to that. But then I thought, this didn't really happen. To make it even, I suspect he didn't do that. That he made that story up to make a point. That's what I think happened. He didn't really sign his son's ballot, and they didn't call him. He made it up to make a point that they do very carefully, and they do. They look very carefully at people's signatures, and they can tell if it's a forgery. Usually,
it's just so. The whole situation is baffling to me. Why would he? Why would he A, admit to this?
I have no idea.
Or B, make this up?
I think that's why I suspect he made it up to make a point that they are very good about.
I'm sure that he has in his quiver evidence of this sort of thing happening that is not personally him,
Yeah, I don't know. It was. He also said something about praying in meetings, and I didn't quite catch the whole line. This is on a different topic. He said it's typical to pray before meetings, but this was even more typical. Well, I thought, how can something be more typical than typical?
Now say that again.
He was talking about about praying in meetings or something. He said,
okay.
It was typical to open a meeting with a prayer, but this was even more typical.
More typical.
Yeah, it can't be more typical. It's either typical or it's not typical. It can't be more typical. Right?
Right, yeah.
Okay. All right. So he said that, and then he went on to talk about committing a crime, which I thought was really weird.
You know, again, and I've said this repeatedly, I don't ask a lot of our politicians except for one thing, and that is that they be smarter than me, a high school graduate from the Nebo School District.
Yeah. That's a pretty low bar, Carrie.
That's a very low bar. That's all I ask of you, politicians.
I love it when you say that.
Be smarter than me.
I'm just a farm boy.
Why am I smarter than you? And you're, you know...
Well, anyway, I thought maybe I'd misheard it, but I don't think I did. I thought, well, the guy's talking about committing a crime, okay. But nobody will say anything. And even if he did do it, if he did do it, there was no ill intent there. He wasn't, trying to be a bad guy. He was, I think I heard it, the ballot was already filled out by his son.
By his mother.
No, I think his son had made the vote as he told the story, but had neglected to sign it, and it was due.
Again, there's another problem. He's filling out the ballot. Why didn't he just sign it while he was filling it out?
I don't know.
I don't buy that for a second.
Well, that's why there are some holes in that story.
Be smarter than me, please.
There are some holes in the story. Yes, there are. But anyway, I just thought it was strange. Mail-in ballots. And
here's a texter. I forgot to sign my ballot. Had to go and sign it in person.
Yeah, they'll call you up and say, "Hey, you didn't sign it. Is this yours?" "Oh, yeah, it is." They are good. The county clerks are very good at what they do, and they
are.
And they watch it, and they make sure that everything is regular and not cheating. There's no cheating. They'll catch you if you try to cheat, like they allegedly caught Scott Howell.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
There's so many.
Yeah, I kind of just don't believe the story to begin with. But
when they start talking and
they just keep talking.
They just keep. I know I have to keep talking. They think, No, you don't.
And he went back and said it several times too.
He repeated.
Yeah.
I committed a crime.
Yep.
They caught me.
Weird. Anyway.
All right. Let's see. We got traffic, please, Katie.
Traffic, quick refresh. There's a crash northbound Main Street at 1600 South in Heber on Wasatch County. The left lane is closed there. Sounds like it's going to take a while to clear up, about 8:30, so keep an eye out for that. Otherwise, that's the latest I've got. Everything else looks nice and green, and cameras are good. So that's traffic for you, and it's brought to you by Young Automotive Group. Is locally owned, has locally owned 25 stores, 8 locations in Ogden alone. Shop Ogden Automotive and Power Sports today, and check out our inventory online. YoungAutomotiveGroup.com. Think Young, think Ogden.
I like that. That's traffic for you.
Yep. There you go.
So let's have boner candidates coming up in a minute.
I suppose.
These are the ones that you'll consider. Number 1, this proves I should not be allowed to have a gun. Number 2, well, looks like I'm going to lose my gun again. And number 3, let's do some rhino hunting.
All right.
Oh, boy.
Got boners coming up along with big boy news and opinioendo. Stand by for all of that. Wendy's for breakfast and late at night. Download the Wendy's app. It's very easy to do. Just go to your app store on your phone, download it. It's free. And then get yourself all set for savings, because this deal that I'm about to tell you about is available only through the app. And the app will explain, once you place your order, go pick it up and all of that stuff. All the instructions are there. But this is in the app only. 2 for $3. Mix and match deal on the Wendy's app. So you can mix and match 2 great breakfast items. Choice of the sausage, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or the sausage, bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant for just $3. Again, that deal is only through the app. So you got to get your Wendy's app account registration and all of that. It's pretty easy to do. And it's not valid with any other coupon or offer. Also, when you're out late at night, you get a little hungry, want a little snack on the way home, swing by Wendy's and get some French fries, hot and crispy, and preferred over McDonald's, almost 2 to 1. They're also guaranteed to be hot and crispy. So if you get some and they are not hot and crispy, let them know, and they will make you some that are. It's Wendy's.
Real Alternative is back. X96. Red Hot Chili Pepper.
We're having second thoughts because people will assume that's why we named him Donovan, and that's not the case.
And they picked it long before.
Yeah. Just parenthetically, there's a news story today that says 109 parents have apparently in 2018 named their baby Tesla. But I got an email from our former organized intern, Sarah Spain, about baby names.
Okay.
Said, I enjoyed listening to that letter from the woman who would like to name her child Donovan. I had a similar situation about 10 years ago. Despite the fact that my husband has repeatedly begged me to stop comparing our dog to other people's children, he's not here right now, so I'm going to do it. So they don't have kids, but we adopted a 2-year-old JRT.
Jack Russell Terrier.
Ah, yeah, very good. Thanks, Carrie.
Carrie speaks dog.
From the Humane Society in 2010, and her name was listed as Belle. Now, I feel strongly that dogs should have 2-syllable names.
You should feel strongly about
nicknames and full titles notwithstanding, and so I changed it to Bella, trying to keep it as close to her original name as possible. A friend told me several years later that dogs are named like hurricanes as they come to the shelter. They just give them a name.
Yeah.
You can change it to whatever you want. They just give them a name because they want to call them something, but it's not that they respond to it necessarily or anything. So if you recall, in 2010, Twilight, the sparkly teenage vampires, was very popular, and every person asked me if I had named my precious fur baby after that awful character from those books. I would posit that it's an actual insult that someone would think I would stain a creature with the name from the book series than someone thinking that you would name a child after, as Gina pointed out, a wonderful, generous human being and basketball player.
Yes.
However, years have passed and not one person asked me if I named her after Twilight anymore. The question I get asked more often now is whether she is male or female, and my favorite response to kids especially is that her reproductive organs were removed, and I've never been able to ask her how she identifies, so I'll just call her Bella and don't worry so much about the label. Like that. As Bill mentioned, in the time young Donovan is in school, not Donovan Mitchell, but the kid, Spida Mitchell will probably have retired. Regardless, Donovan is a lovely name. It isn't like Avery, Office Products, or Stockton. Malone has a middle name, sure, but as a first name? Some people shouldn't be, Malone as a middle name, sure, but as a first name, some people shouldn't be allowed to procreate. Or Zebulon or Elzard, hand to Thor. I absolutely attended school with both of those.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, Elzar and Zebulon. Or many of the other asinine names that people come up with to make their kids different. All it does is make each school year difficult as the teacher and new friends try to figure out how to say and or spell the name. So you shouldn't care what other people think. If 5 people think you named them after a great person and a basketball player, so what? At least it isn't someone who is a real turd. My name is Sarah every day. And every day I want to smack Sarah Huckabee Sanders for smearing our good name.
That's right.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a name for a child that doesn't carry with it someone who had it before. Good luck. Hope you get lots of sleep before August. I don't know why before August. What?
Don't know.
I don't know.
Is something happening in August?
Do we not know?
I don't know.
Does she know something we don't?
Maybe.
Oh, no. She's talking about the people whose baby's going to be born in August.
Oh, she's not talking to us.
No.
She's talking to them.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Confusing.
She says, adopt, don't shop. Love the show. Gina, you don't ruin anything. Love your former intern, Sarah.
You know, I was at that graduation this weekend, so you spend 3 hours listening to names being read.
Mm-hmm.
There were 2 princesses.
The name.
The name Princess. And one of them, middle name...
What?
Leia.
Really?
Princess Leia.
I thought they didn't say the middle name.
No, I said some of them do.
They know that she's a general. General Leia.
Well, it's
Sanderson.
Not a princess anymore.
But there was an actual Princess Leia.
Wow.
And a lot of Emilys.
Emily's.
A lot of Emilys.
You've gotten a lot of crap over the years for naming your kid Festus.
I have.
Yeah.
He was the only one in his class.
Festus, it's a biblical name.
And people spell it wrong all the time. They spell it with an IS. No. On his birth certificate, it's US.
Festus. It's a biblical king. Look it up. King Festus. It's true.
But yeah, if you want to run your baby names by us, email them to us, radiofromhell@x96.com.
Yeah, if you have any doubts about baby names or you're having a hard time coming up with one, my go-to name is Shlomo. But
there's a chat room. I know a guy named Zoltan Kolazar.
Oh, poor guy.
Well, he's Hungarian. I don't know.
I think that's Zoltan is a name that they give kids in Hungary.
A friend named Rachel was an elementary school teacher. One year, her bad student was also named Rachel. She spent every day yelling at herself.
Rachel!
Yeah, don't ever talk to teachers about what your baby name is, because inevitably they've had someone in their class that was the terrible kid, so just don't run it by teachers. You'll never be able to pick a name because they all have. Oh no, that's.
I had a bad Thane once.
A bad Thane?
Thane.
Thane. He was a bad kid.
Thane.
I pulled Thane out because someone in the chat room says, "I love my son's name, Thane."
Thane.
Oh, is Thane a Utah thing?
No.
Are there Thanes everywhere?
Are there Thanes?
Yeah, I think so. It's not common, but it is.
I feel like it's a Utah name.
No, it isn't.
And I don't know why, and don't take this personally if your name is. I've never cared for the name Nathan.
How do you feel about Nate?
Nate's all right.
For
some reason, Nathan. I've just never cared for that name.
I saw our friend Nathan from the mattress firm. He now works at R.C. Willey. See, Nathan, he's a nice guy.
He's a good dude. Yeah, I've never cared for the name. Like I said, don't take it personally. It's something wrong in my brain. All right?
I'm looking up Thane, Gina, just to see. But
how popular is the
I don't know how popular
Thane?
it is.
Well, if it's very popular, then it must be everywhere.
Well, no, I don't know that.
I know a dude named Christian Shank. The hell? The last name Shank. There's just no right name, I think. Oh, that's that one. That's the short version.
Yes, it is.
I thought we had another minute or two there. All right. Dran, 7:24, and time now for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today. June 21, 2022. I'll give you two candidates now, a third after the news, and once you've heard all three, then you will vote. So one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
You will receive Pride Under the Lights tickets for the aquarium. It's happening this weekend, June 25th at 7 p.m., and it's celebrating the LGBTQ community at the aquarium.
All right. Here's boner candidate number one. This proves I should not be allowed to have a gun. A Tooele man was arrested Saturday after pointing a realistic-looking gun at a police officer. He said he was doing it to make a point about gun regulations. Saturday, Tooele police officer sitting in his parked car when Spencer Terrell Thomas, who was riding an electric scooter, approached his vehicle. I was watching Mr. Thomas from my passenger rear view mirror, the officer said, and observed he was slowing down while approaching my front passenger side window. I rolled down my window as it appeared Mr. Thomas wanted to speak to me, the officer said. But rather than talk to the officer, Mr. Thomas pulled out what appeared to be a handgun and pointed it through the passenger window at the officer's leg, according to the affidavit. Well, the officer reacted by getting out of his car and drawing his own gun on Mr. Thomas. I ordered Mr. Thomas to drop the gun multiple times. Mr. Thomas dropped the gun inside the front passenger compartment of my police car, then stepped away. Mr. Thomas told me he wanted to turn the gun into me. It turned out it was not a real gun. Mr. Thomas was lying on the ground, and he said to me, the officer says, he was trying to get gun regulations changed, and he did what he did to prove a point that he should not be able to have a gun. I advised him that because of what he'd done, he probably will not be allowed to have a gun, and he was very, very nearly shot by me, the officer said. The weapon turned out to be a pepper ball handgun. Said, but the guy says, this proves I should not be allowed to have a gun. Well, I guess it does.
Okay, you win.
Boner candidate number one. Boner candidate number two. Well, looks like I'm going to lose my gun again. That's what an Idaho police officer said. Minutes after fatally shooting a knife-wielding man whose family had called authorities for help because they said he was experiencing a mental health crisis. The shooting and comments were captured on police-worn cameras, and NBC News obtained the videos through public records. The agency reviewed the fatal shooting of one Michael Trappett at his parents' home in Orofino, a town in northern Idaho. The Clearwater County Sheriff's Department, the Corporal Brittany Borkoff's actions were determined to be justified. They said that the shooting was justified, but as she pulled out her gun and she ended up shooting this mentally distressed man, and then she made the comment, well, it looks like I'm going to lose my gun again.
Again being a very big word in that sentence right there.
Again. Boner candidate number two. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number three. Let's do some rhino hunting.
Boner candidate number three coming up after this big boy news and Opinioendo brought to you by.
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store at 6831 South State Street. Curbside service is available.
Well, I suppose it was bound to happen. Ezra Miller is going to be dropped from future DC films following The Flash.
I've been waiting for this
The
to
actor
happen.
who's been arrested multiple times and subject to restraining orders in recent months will play Barry Allen, a.k.a. The Flash, in the forthcoming DC movie. It's already filmed. It's already wrapped production. It's been scheduled. It's been done since October of 2021.
It's just, completing special effects right now.
Scheduled for release in June of next year. According to Deadline, Warner Brothers Discovery CEO David Zaslav is facing a crisis over how to handle the bad press surrounding Miller. There's no winning in this for Warner Brothers. This is an inherent problem for us. You know what it's really a problem here? If Warner Brothers and corporate America in general had any compassion at all, they would say, we have to drop Mr. Miller from this, but we are going to do everything in our power to see that he gets some help, rather than just put him out on the street.
And that's what they should do.
Yeah.
They should,
Yes,
a cold corporation should look at him as an asset, at the very least.
They're just talking about it. This is a big problem for Mr. Zaslav, the head of the. It's a big problem for Mr. Miller, is who it's.
Yeah, and Mr. Zaslav could help.
He needs some help, and he ought to get it. The lead singer of Mumford and Sons, Marcus Mumford,
yes,
is going to go solo, and I don't know what the Sons are going to do. I have no idea.
Probably open a hardware store,
but I guess. And Elon Musk's child.
Oh, this was fascinating.
Is filing to change full name and gender identity. I no longer wish to be related to my biological father, the child said.
Happy Father's Day.
She's changing her full name and legally declaring her gender identity. Documents were filed in L.A. County by Xavier Musk. At least that was the name she was given at birth. But now, having turned 18, she says she wants her name to be Vivian Jenna Wilson. And in the document, she says she wants to be recognized as female, but the name change isn't about her transitioning. There's clearly a rift with her dear old dad. Doesn't like him at all.
He's a dick.
I didn't even make the connection that happened on Father's Day when I read that.
COVID-19 vaccines for children younger than 5 are rolling out this week. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration and U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention signed off on the shot's safety and efficacy. Like with any vaccine, it is possible that kids may experience a few side effects, but they say that these vaccines are very safe. The safety data from Moderna and Pfizer found some side effects, but they were mostly mild and short-lived. So get your kids vaccinated,
please.
Looks like this is just, there are more and more stories like this. 2 national polls indicate current tensions have triggered again secessionist impulses.
Oh yeah.
The poll results are perhaps less significant than the pollsters' decision to address the issue, according to Brightline Watch survey. Within the Intermountain West, 43% of Republicans, 35% of independents, and 17% of Democrats support their own states, depending on what state they're in, their own states' secession from the United States to join a regional union. Biden voters registered 43% support for secession, 18% expressed strong support. Trump voters responded 52% and 25%.
So most of them.
They are talking about, yes, let's secede from the union.
The Texas GOP convention this weekend, that was one of the things that they put down. One of their planks.
Yeah.
Let's secede from the union, and we're going to kick the log cabin Republicans out.
America's oldest Subaru retailer.
Who's that?
Nate Wade Subaru.
Is Utah?
Yeah, here in Utah.
Oh, okay.
Is Americans.
You said nations. Huh?
It is America's oldest Subaru dealership.
Yes. Wow.
Nate Wade Subaru. It has been sold.
Oh.
Ken Garff Automotive Group announced Monday that it has purchased Nate Wade Subaru.
Oh.
Welcoming Utah's oldest and largest Subaru retailer into the state's largest automotive company, Nate Wade. I didn't know that. The acquisition represents the first Subaru retailer in the Ken Garff family. And will operate continuing as Nate Wade Subaru, a Ken Garff retailer. But it is the oldest Subaru dealership in America. Let's see. Senator Mike Lee says if the January 6th committee wants to talk to him, he'd be more than happy to talk to him about his text messages. Oh, sure, I'd be willing to talk if they want me to talk. They haven't asked me. Lee said the committee hasn't sought to speak with him in any kind of deposition or any other way. In addition to discussing the January 6th hearing, Lee also responded to questions about a bipartisan framework for gun safety unveiled last week. He says he's refusing to indicate how he would vote on the bill because he hasn't seen it. When asked about his text messages he said, I was just trying to see if these rumors were true. That's all I was doing. I was doing an investigation.
No, you weren't.
It's not true.
You weren't, and the committee will prove that.
And a new study is showing that smoking marijuana can lead to increased kindness and increased empathy, and of course appetite. But yeah, it says that if you smoke a lot of weed, you're probably a kinder person than others.
This is some kind of pipe.
Isn't that interesting? And Snowflake Mountain. You heard of this?
Yeah, it's where Democrats live.
Snowflake Mountain is a new Netflix reality series. It might be a cathartic watch for some members of the older generation or anyone who's generally unimpressed by the youth of today. In one scene, a gang of so-called snowflakes have their worldly designer-branded belongings literally blown up in front of their eyes. So they take all of their stuff and blow it up.
I was making a joke, but that's what this show is.
Later, a prissy vegan is presented with the carcass of a freshly killed deer and instructed to skin it. The premise of Snowflake Mountain, as crazy as it sounds, two burly ex-military survivor experts, Matt Tate and Joel Graves, lead a gang of delicate, overindulged 20-somethings into the wilderness and put them through the ringer.
This sounds terrible.
I think it sounds fun. I'm going to watch this. I'm going to watch the hell out of this. It says
so. These two guys get to be dicks to these.
Yeah. Well, they volunteer for it.
Well, yeah. Okay.
In the first episode, snowflakes. They are, as Joel says in the first episode, snowflakes are disrespectful, lazy, too sensitive. Their skin's not thick enough. What they need is hard work. I can't even comprehend. They don't want to earn anything. They just want handouts. That's the kind of stuff that really pisses me off, he says. And so they've got all of these people who really don't seem to know how to cook a meal or do anything at all. They don't know how to cook. They don't know how to clean up after themselves. They had questions about how to clean dishes, he said. It's more of an issue than you would think. They finally figured it out, though, he said. I'm going to watch the hell out of this. It will be fun. Okay. Snowflake Mountain.
All right. Weather, traffic.
Weather. Currently, we've got a high of about 53. Feels like 58 with the sun. But we're going to get a high of 83 today. And then, it doesn't look like we're going to get any showers or anything. It looks very sunny. Mm-hmm. And then it's going to continue. We're going to have really nice weather for the rest of the week, all sunny and all that fun stuff. As I see right now, it is Utah weather after all. But that is brought to you by Jiffy Lube Multi-Care. Get service on brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. That's a job for Jiffy. Visit jiffylubeutah.com for discounts, services, and locations. Traffic, quick refresh. I did get a listener that texted in and said lights are out at 200 West and 400 South in Salt Lake, so treat it as a four-way stop. I haven't heard if that has changed, so keep an eye on that. And UDOT, the last thing they're telling me is about that crash in Heber on the northbound Main Street. Left lane is closed there, and it should be cleared up about 8:30. Otherwise, everything else looks pretty green on UDOT, so that is traffic for you.
All right, here's boner candidate number 3. Let's do some rhino hunting.
I've got the audio if you'd like it.
This is Eric Greitens, a Republican candidate for the United States Senate in Missouri. He released a violent new political advertisement on Monday, showing himself racking a shotgun and accompanying a team of men armed with assault rifles as they storm SWAT team style into a home in search of rhinos, Republicans in name only. This is audio from that?
Yes.
I'm Eric Greitens, Navy SEAL, and today we're going rhino hunting.
Well, first of all, it's questionable as to whether he's a Navy SEAL or not.
Rhino feeds on corruption and is marked by the stripes of cowardice.
Jeez. Really?
Join the MAGA crew. Get a rhino hunting permit. There's no bagging limit, no tagging limit, and it doesn't expire until we save our country.
That sounds like a threat.
Eric Greitens, former Missouri governor.
Yeah.
Now he's running for the Senate, and this is his ad. He's also there have been allegations of blackmail against him,
yes,
sexual misconduct,
yes,
and child abuse.
Yes.
In March, Mr. Greitens' former wife, Sheena, accused him of abusive behavior, including an incident she recounted that loosened one of their son's teeth.
Yep.
A number of Republicans, including Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri, called on Greitens to quit the race. Greitens has sought an endorsement from Donald Trump, so far without success. He's doing well, though.
He held a woman hostage.
Yeah, that's the one that was the blackmail.
And he threatened to shoot himself unless his wife supported him publicly.
Yeah.
Wow.
He is a nut, and now he's saying that if someone disagrees with you politically, you should hunt them down.
And shoot them.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's, by the way, his former wife is... she's a very intelligent woman who had her own business.
Yeah.
She sounds intelligent for leaving him. So
she's not smart enough to marry.
Well,
shouldn't have married him in the first place.
Right, but
it's he's just crazy, and he's a bad man.
He's the base.
By the way, they pulled that ad off. He had it on Facebook, and
They pulled it on Facebook.
Facebook
Twitter
pulled it.
Twitter's still playing it with a warning.
All right, that's it.
Yeah.
that sounds just like a threat.
Now let's review the candidates and get to voting here.
Yes.
Boner candidate number 1. This proves I should not be allowed to have a gun. It's a man in Twilla pointing a gun at an officer, a fake gun as it turned out, but he did it to prove a point about gun regulation and to prove that he's not the sort of person who should have a gun. Okay. Boner candidate number 2, well, looks like I'm going to lose my gun again, said an Idaho deputy minutes after she fatally shot a man in a mental health crisis. And boner candidate number 3, let's do some rhino hunting.
All right. You've got to vote now. You have to decide 1, 2, or 3. Which one of these is the worst? Which one should be boner of the day for today, June 21, 2022? You can call the producer's booth and just use your voice to vote at 877-602-9696. Or you can text your vote. 33986 is where you send that. In the message of your text, just put 1, 2, or 3, the candidate that you think should win. Or you can go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner of the Day, June 21, 2022, and vote there. All 3 ways, very easy to vote for Boner of the Day. You only have about 4.5 minutes to do it, though, so let's go. This is Boner of the Day. All right. BigOTires.com.
Big O Tires, locally owned and operated. We've told you that many, many times, but it bears repeating because Big O, they're your neighbors. And you should look up the Big O Tire store close to you and go there.
It's certainly handy to know the one closest to you because you never know when you're going to need them.
Yep. Right now, you can save $100 instantly on Big O's newly designed Big O brand tire. They include all-season tread design and a 3-year warranty. I've put nothing but Big O tires on my cars for years now. You buy a car and they have some brand of tire on the car when you buy it. I wait till those wear out and then I get Big O tires.
Yeah.
They make it easy for you at Big O Tire too. You can schedule an appointment online. Just go to bigotires.com. They do all kinds of stuff too. They do oil changes and struts and alignments and all of that. Big O Tires, they are the team you trust.
You know that.
Okay, it is 7:47. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by salmon, like tacos. Yeah.
Oh,
tacos.
Okay.
Salmon tacos.
All right.
And Iconoclad sells your pre-rocked stuff, and you keep 50% cash. Check out the new Iconoclad at 855 South State Street in Salt Lake City for Utah's most awarded new, secondhand, and festival shopping. And the original boutique on 4th East, 3rd South. Keep SLC weird.
Boner candidate number 1. I liked that one a lot. This proves I shouldn't own a gun, but only 14 people voted for it. Then number 2 kind of picked up. This started rolling along. And number 2, the woman, the Idaho deputy who shot a man who was in mental distress and said, it looks like I'm going to lose my gun again, got 55 votes, but those 2 could not possibly beat Eric Greitens' Let's Do Some Rhino Hunting. He wins Boner of the Day.
All right, that's your Boner of the Day for today, June 21, 2022. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. All right. Is this sponsored, Katie, do you think?
Yeah, we can sponsor it. Do you own 10K or more on back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
There was a boy, a very strange enchanted boy.
His name is Kyle Brown, and Kyle is a longtime participant on this program since he was a teenager, and he's in his 50s now. And it's hard to believe, isn't it?
I know.
Kyle has ALS, and we started having him back on the show, but it's become increasingly difficult to understand his speech, so he's been writing us letters instead. And here's his latest letter. I went to Garth Brooks Saturday night.
Oh.
I feel like I need to say that fast, like ripping off a bandage. I'm a music lover, a music fan. I have a couple of genres that are my favorite, but I like all music, and particularly a great performance, and that's why I think the Grateful Dead suck.
He's not wrong.
No performance there at all.
No, I've seen the Grateful Dead.
They just sit there and they play.
Yeah.
My wife and I sat down. Oh, wait, but before I get to that, Rice Eccles Stadium. Rice Eccles Stadium, you should be ashamed.
Ooh.
You get a D- for ADA compliance.
Oh.
Americans with Disability compliance.
Okay.
Handicap accessibility is fortunately something most people will never have to consider. We see handicap parking spots at the grocery store, and that's about all we notice. I was the same way. But then when I developed the ALS, I had to start thinking about it. I contacted the venue, Rice Eccles, to ask about handicap parking. I was told handicap parking spots are available only for Crimson Club members.
What?
They recommended that I take a bus that would put me near the venue, and so that's what my wife and I did. It put us only a block away, which is a long walk when you can't walk very well. Also, getting through the ticket gate, after getting through the ticket gate, we asked an employee about handicap access since there's still a long walk and a lot of stairs. She had no idea.
Oh.
I saw a guy with a supervisor tag on, and I said, see if he knows. And she said, no, he doesn't know either. I said, well, ask him. We wave him over, and he says, what's going on? And she said, I don't know.
Oh,
so we explained it to him, and he said, yeah, no, I don't know either. After a few calls on his walkie-talkie, Richard came over and said, yeah, sure, listen, I can help you. We have elevators, and I can get a cart to drive you to the other side of the stadium. So we followed him, and 2 pretty young girls came up and started talking to him. We followed him up a long set of stairs very slowly. Eventually, we get to the top where he's standing saying goodbye to his new girlfriends, and he looks at us surprised and says, oh, I'm sorry, I got distracted by those pretty girls, and I forgot what I was doing. And then he laughed and said, well, it's good we don't need the elevator now anyway. Richard was an appropriate name for this old perv. Now, just walk here, and then that, and then to the left he went on with his directions, and then he just walked away. We walked, and we walked, and we walked like pioneers. We got to the spot he'd told us to go to, only to find that we were up high and needed to be at the bottom. We asked a worker about it, and she said, "Oh, handicap access, that's on the other side," where we had come from.
Oh.
So an hour walk, and finally we're in our seats. Now, I'm not a huge Garth fan, but I hear he puts on a great show, and no one will recognize me here.
Mm-hmm.
Just after we sat down, the woman in front of me turns around and says, "Kyle Brown!" and hugs me. It's someone I've known since junior high school, and the only person I know that is as big a Depeche Mode fan as my wife. So we sat there, the two biggest Depeche Mode fans and the biggest New Order fan on row 11 at Garth Brooks. I'm glad we went. I'm glad we didn't have to pay. He's a talented guy and seemed genuinely nice, and the crowd ate it up. But the guy doesn't write any of his own songs, and that's a big deal in my book. But it was good to check a big country star off my list of shows that I've seen, with shows like Metallica, Neil Diamond, Depeche Mode, Suicidal Tendencies, Bauhaus, INXS, Oingo Boingo, and Barry Manilow. Yeah, I love me a good concert. I won't go to shows much now, if ever. I can't jump and I can't sing, and I can't push my way to the front, which is the only place I'll see a show. Never in the nosebleed or in the back. Nothing like having Danny Elfman look you in the eye and put a microphone right in front of you and sing, "Who do you want to be today? Who do you want to be?" I just want to be normal again, that's all. Be nice.
Oh.
It'll come back to you. Love all of you, unless you work for the FDA.
Well. There you go.
We're not having a good time with the Food and Drug Administration.
No.
I'm a little surprised he went to Garth Brooks instead of Tenacious D.
Oh, it was the same night.
It was the
wasn't
same exact night.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he just wanted to. Well, he
Because
said he
Tenacious
didn't
D
pay.
put on a beautiful show.
He
Can I
says
just
he
say
didn't
that?
pay for it, so
That's
that
okay.
had something to do with it.
That's fair.
Probably
That's
got
fair.
something to do with it. But
Yeah.
I heard good things about the
It
Tenacious.
was so funny. I ran into Bill Frost, actually.
Yeah. Shannon was there, too.
Oh, okay.
But what's the biggest country artist that you've seen perform then? Because he says he's checked off a big country artist.
Me? I'm not sure I've ever seen a country artist live.
At all?
I might have accidentally sometimes, but I can't think of one that I, made plans to and went to see.
Well, because when I worked country radio, and it was like work.
Yeah.
So I went to shows, and I saw Alabama, and I saw the Oak Ridge Boys. Yeah.
And how was that experience?
They were fine. I wasn't excited.
I understand. I understand Garth Brooks really does do a great show.
I hear it's a great show.
People love him, and he seems to be very nice.
Seems to be
just a nice guy.
His wife seems nice. I watch her cooking show occasionally.
Is that Trisha Yearwood?
Yeah,
she was on the bill too, I think.
I guess she opened for him or something.
I think so.
Anyway, I would have went to see Tenacious D.
It was great.
But I'm not being seen in public these days.
That's understandable as well.
I just think it's nice that Kyle gets some work. And Tenacious D. Kyle Gass.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, not Kyle Brown.
You confused me.
Yeah, Kyle Gass. I don't know what he does other than Tenacious D.
He does bit parts in shows and he punches up scripts.
Yep.
So don't weep for Kyle.
He's okay.
He's doing all right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Traffic, I just did a refresher. There is a crash eastbound SR 201 in Salt Lake County in West Valley. It is just at the 5600 West. The right shoulder is closed and the clearance time should be about 9 o'clock there. And that's the last that I'm seeing as well. And I'm checking messages really quick. Nope, we're talking about Dolly Parton and apparently Garth Brooks there. So that is traffic for you. And
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Speaking of Bill Frost, he will not be in the studio, but he has sent us a list of TV shows that we should be watching this week. And we can talk about that coming up. Also, it's not Beat Gina. What are we going to do, Katie? Because you...
Surprisingly, I actually didn't look over this trivia.
Why don't we could do Beat Johnny?
We could do Beat Johnny.
Well, who put together the trivia?
Interns.
So you do not know the questions.
Katie do it.
I didn't look over at the trivia this
All
time.
right, then it's Beat Katie. I thought for sure that it was...
I just sent it to you. I didn't get a chance to look over it this time.
All right, it's Beat Katie. coming up instead of beat Gina. So be ready to play and win prizes for that. Yeah. Haster Games, go to 6831 South State Street. Haster has it. They have the best selection of Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, miniatures, dice, Dungeons and Dragons, all of that stuff. They specialize in that stuff, but they also carry a large selection of family board games. And if you're curious about one, go in and ask them about it. They'll crack one open and sit down and play it with you and show you how to play it. See if it's right for you and your family. But now on sale is the new Pokemon set, Astral Radiance. Haster has single booster packs, booster boxes, and elite trainer boxes of the set now available. This set features amazing new cards and mechanics, but stock will surely sell fast. They encourage customers to get their share before they're all gone. Got to catch them all, after all. Also available now, the long-awaited board game Foundations of Rome. This was a Kickstarter game. It was pushed back multiple times. Finally available to the public. The game includes highly detailed miniatures, gorgeous board designs, hours of replayability, and they have both the Senator and Emperor versions of the game. So go and check out the great new inventory at Haster Games in Midvale, 6831 South State Street. They're open every day. Haster has it.
And now, a word from...
So we're in the back porch and look over, and Bri says, I just saw a critter. Was not specific because he knows how she feels. Yeah. And that was that. So Sunday morning we wake up. Morning's going fine. Mm-hmm. Everything's good. Making coffee, the whole thing. Mm-hmm. And then I hear Sue screaming.
Oh, jeez. Uh-oh.
And I come into the kitchen and she's looking out the back window. And I run to the window to see my two dogs in a tug-of-war.
Really?
With a rat.
Was it still alive?
The rat was wounded.
Oh.
So I go running out there, and it's like, get inside, get inside, get inside. And
so we got a couple of little ratters.
So we close the doggy door. Sue immediately brushes their teeth and cleans their faces.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So she can, get loves. Mm-hmm. And so I'm now rat patrol. Yep. So the rat's lying there and it's wounded, and I'm like, it's still alive, but I look at it and it looks pretty bad. So I figure I'll leave it alone for a half hour and it'll die, and then I'll get a sack and pick it up. Go back out a half hour later. It's actually looking a little better. It's rolled over on its belly, It's still not walking because I think its legs are broken.
Oh, God.
Oh, jeez.
And
I feel bad for the poor rat.
I do too, and then I'm like, I'm going to have to dispatch the rat, aren't I? Mm-hmm. I'm going to have to, because it's in pain, it's suffering.
Go get your gun.
So just wait for 4 turtles to show up.
Yeah. So I went and I got my Daisy Red Ryder BB gun.
Oh, shoot your eye out.
Well, I cocked it and put it right to its head. I had to dispatch the rat. And even then, I couldn't pick it up right away. I'm going to let it. I'll be back in a bit. And so I come back like 20 minutes later, and it was starting to stiffen up already. That was pretty fast.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But end of the story is Sue is putting our house up for sale. And
truly? Some people would.
What she doesn't know is that I've been keeping this secret from her ever since we moved there. I mean, it is the mountain.
Yeah.
It's happening. Now, our Artie, our original dog, was never curious about exploring the backyard. Mm-hmm. He wasn't interested in getting into the shrubs or the trees or anything, so I was able to put, traps out there and I took care of the rat problem for quite a while. But now I have curious dogs, and I can't do that because Ripley will.
They'll get in the trap.
Ripley will find the trap, and so I don't need that. Mm-hmm. But Hudson was high on adrenaline for the rest of the day.
Killer.
He just did that. That stirred something in him.
You should have seen my cat with a beetle yesterday. Man, did that cat go to town? A killer. Little beetle.
Okay, let's see. Is this sponsored? Sure, why not?
Yeah. Brought to you by this. The Liberty Farmers Market is open Thursdays from 4 till dusk at Liberty Park, featuring locally sourced produce, meat, eggs, baked goods, packaged goods, and unique specialty items. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
Well, ordinarily we do this feature on Monday.
Yeah.
And Bill Frost comes in, but since we were off yesterday, he just sent me a list.
Yeah, I thought I saw it, and I had it, and I can't find it.
He sent a list.
I let me recommend a show before we get under the list.
All right.
I don't know if it's on there. The Old Man.
We're going to let those stack up. We decided we want to binge that.
It is so damn good. I think there are only 8 episodes total.
Oh.
It's really, really good. And it's John Lithgow, Jeff Bridges. The first scenes with each of them are just heart-wrenching. And then there's fight scenes that are just brutal. And it's great. And also Dark Winds is pretty good.
What is that?
It takes place on Bill Frost mentioned it before. It's based on a series of novels about a Navajo detective named Leap Horn and his new partner Jim Chi. They investigate crimes on the Navajo reservation.
Well, here's what he sent for this week. Let's see. Starting on Tuesday, series premiere, The Future of.
What? The future of what?
Exactly. They pick a different topic every episode. The future of
What?
Cheeseburgers, dogs, skyscrapers, life after death. Things like that.
Of cheeseburgers?
Yeah.
Do they have a future? I mean, I don't.
That's the question.
I don't understand.
Do they have a future?
Oh.
You heard about 10,000 cows dying over the weekend, right? Because of the heat.
No.
You didn't hear about that?
No.
In Kansas.
I didn't hear that.
10,000 cows died because of the heat.
I paid little attention to the news.
So that's the future of cheeseburgers. The 12-episode series put together by tech media site The Verge. They have some bold but researched predictions for tomorrow of these and other things, docuseries.
And where is it on? What's it on?
Netflix. So that'll be Tuesday. Yes. Let's see. Wednesday, season 3 premiere of The Umbrella Academy.
I know a lot of people excited about this.
I'm excited about it, and my child will be excited about it as well.
It's quite a wild superhero saga, but that's on Wednesday on Netflix as well. On Hulu, Thursday, series premiere, The Bear.
Now, I've seen some ads for this, and I have not been able to figure out by watching the ads what the hell it is.
Well, after the sudden death of his brother, fine dining chef Carmi Berzato, played by Jeremy Allen White from Shameless, returns to his hometown of Chicago to run his family's sandwich shop. So it's like a gritty reboot of Bob's Burgers, it says here.
Okay.
It's a dramedy. Harsh realities of restaurant management, family relations, myriad problems, all that stuff.
I did not pick up from any of the trailers I saw for it that it had anything to do with restaurants.
Anything to do with the restaurants.
No.
So The Bear on Hulu premieres on Thursday. Paramount Plus on Thursday also premieres Beavis and Butthead Do the Universe. It's a movie.
Okay.
Beavis and Butthead series continues coming to Paramount. That'll be later in the year, but this is a movie which will bring them into our future time, parallel time. I don't know. There's time traveling.
Okay.
Thursday, June 23rd, series premiere on HBO Max, The Gordita Chronicles.
You mean like from Taco Bell?
It says The Gordita Chronicles is not about the elusive Taco Bell menu item. In 1985, 12-year-old Cuckoo Gordita Castilli, played by Olivia Goncalves, and her family leave the Dominican Republic to pursue the American dream in Miami. Wacky culture shock, heartwarming moments ensue. Coming-of-age comedy. Produced by Zoe Saldana and Eva Longoria.
Yeah, I don't think I'll watch that.
That'll be on HBO Max. Well, here's something for you.
Yeah.
Also on HBO Max Thursday, Menudo Forever Young.
I love Menudo. It's delicious.
This is about the band.
Oh.
Sorry 4-part Menudo Forever Young tells the tragic tale through flashback footage, interviews with former members, not including Ricky Martin. Well, then why bother? He writes, "Your mom is going to love it."
Yeah.
Friday, June 24th on Apple TV Plus, Loot. Now, I'll watch this because Maya Rudolph is the star.
I love her.
After billionaire socialite Molly, Maya Rudolph, has a messy public meltdown when her husband of 20 years dumps her, she pours herself into working at the charity foundation she just found out that she owns. She knows nothing about it, of course, and hilarity ensues. Loot. And, Sunday, been waiting for this.
Is it this Sunday?
Season 4 premiere of Westworld on HBO and HBO Max. Looking forward to Season 4 of Westworld. You'll probably want to catch up.
I don't, yeah,
because it's been a while.
And the season 3 is hazy in my mind.
Yeah, me too. So I'm hoping that they do a last season on Westworld, or
No, they should.
I'm sure if you go online and, as a matter of fact, if you go to io9.com, they have a what you need to know about Westworld.
io9.com.
io9.com.
I'll make a note.
And you can do a little homework. You're not working at work anyway.
Right.
So there you go. There's some TV. Now we finished the latest season of Barry.
Yeah.
Which was so good. This season has been exceptional. So check that out. And the latest season of Hacks just finished. That's also good.
That's been renewed.
That's been coming back for season 3. And The Boys this season.
Oh, man, The Boys this season.
Homelander, that character.
He's scary.
Symbolizes everything that is wrong with America. And I can't stop watching him.
Yeah.
Look up a picture of him. Just the actor.
Anthony Starr.
Anthony Starr. Just look up a picture of him.
Okay.
He looks like the most mild-mannered.
I'll bet he's a nice guy.
Bland.
Yeah, he looks genuinely like he could be a super nice guy, but in The Boys,
bland
he's terrifying as Outlander.
And he's Australian, I believe, or New Zealand.
And then the other thing that I watched, it was 3 or 4 parts, I can't remember now, but if you want to watch something that'll make you want to take a long Silkwood type shower afterward,
okay,
Keep Sweet. That Warren Jeffs
I
docuseries.
haven't braved that yet.
Yeah, you really need to be prepared for it. You really need to be prepared for that. That was tough to watch. And creepy as hell. And there's an awful lot of Warren Jeffs talking all through it. And so, you have to hear his voice.
I don't really want to.
Yeah, it's just bad. I mean, it's compelling, but it's bad.
Yeah.
In a bad way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. All right. Traffic, please.
Traffic lights are out at 200 West and 4th South in Salt Lake City. It's still there, confirmed from a listener, so treat that as a 4-way stop as well. The last crash that UDOT told me about was the crash eastbound SR201 just at the 5600 West exit but in West Valley City. That the right shoulder is clear or is covered. So go to the left. That should be hopefully cleared around 9. Otherwise, looks like there was just barely a crash eastbound Riverdale Road at 15th West in Ogden. The right shoulder is closed there, so keep an eye on that, and that should be cleared about 9:15. Traffic brought to you by the Stateroom presents Brandy Carlisle at the Vivint Arena Thursday, August 11th. The 16-time Grammy winner Brandy Carlisle was special guest in Indigo Girls and Say Less. They will stop by Salt Lake with her These Silent Days tour. More info at thestateroompresents.com.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. We're going to play some messages and a song. And during those things, call and line up to not beat Gina, beat Katie. 877-602-9696. The prize is...
the prize is Lost 80s Live tickets.
Lost 80s Live tickets. Who are some of the bands?
Oh, man. A Flock of Seagulls, Wang Chung, English Beat, Missing Persons, Naked Eyes, Stacey Q, Animotion, Dramarama, Tommy Two-Tone, and Musical Youth.
Tommy Two-Tone.
Yeah.
All there on the same stage.
And they're all going to be doing their songs at the same time.
Exactly.
Maybe. But it'll be an evening. So Lost 80s Live tickets if you beat Katie at Crisp Rat Trivia.
Great.
Chris Pratt's birthday, so we got Chris Pratt Trivia. 877-602-9696 is the number to call. Brooklinen.com. It is, we're getting ready for the big sale. They're getting ready for the big 15% off site-wide summer savings event. It's going to be kicking off soon. It's give Brooklinen a try. If you're a hot sleeper, some of us are, Brooklinen's crisp classic sheets and lightweight comforters help you stay comfy even on the hottest summer nights. This is very appealing. If you're always looking for the cool side of the pillow, Brooklinen's Marlowe pillow has cooling-infused memory foam, ventilated zippers, and breathable mesh to prevent heat retention and promote airflow all night long. That is appealing. And if you are hitting the road, don't leave your comfort at home. Bring along Brooklinen's Buttersoft loungewear and cooling silk eye masks and pillowcases. I slept with the windows open last night and in between my Brooklinen sheets and loved it. Don't miss out. Brooklinen's summer savings event is almost here, but if you can't wait for the sale, you can save right now. Go to brooklinen.com, use the promo code X96 for $20 off of your purchase of $100, plus free shipping. That's BROOKLINEN.com and the promo code X96.
Strong VW.
And now, let's try to beat Gina. It's the game show that even the living dead love to play. It's the kooky, ooky, and altogether spooky Halloween edition of our game. We have horror trivia galore all this month and fabulous prizes to get. It's a radio from Hell tote bag. And now, let's meet our host, the man who knows that when hell is full, the dead will walk the earth. When he's not hosting our game, he's out killing zombies. Kerry Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much. How are things in the basement?
Oh, dusty.
Dusty. How do you keep your pipes working so well and all that dust, Johnny?
I thrive on dust.
Oh, okay. The announcer anomaly, that is Johnny. All right. Off the air, we tossed a coin to determine who would be our contestant, and we have decided that, the coin has decided, that is, Debbie is going to be our contestant for Beat Gina right now. Debbie, are you there?
I am. Good morning.
Hi, Debbie. All right, Debbie, we're going to toss a coin again to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Debbie, heads or tails?
Heads, please.
Heads. All right. Coin toss app says tails. Uh-oh. That means Gina goes first. Okay. All right. So this is it. It's Night of the Living Dead trivia. Gina goes first. Debbie, this means that this question is solely for Gina. She gets to answer it without any interference from you, like Orange 45. Don't step in there.
Shut up, man. Don't make me say it, Debbie.
But if she gets it wrong, you get a chance to steal the point away by answering the question correctly. So pay attention, even though it's not your question. Gina.
Yes.
Oh, first person to 3 points wins. As she fled from the cemetery zombie,
okay.
Barbara crashed the car that she and Johnny had arrived in. What did she hit? Was it A, a tree, B, a gas station, C, a popcorn stand, or D, Dennis Quaid's dignity?
I'm going to say a tree.
A tree is correct.
Yes.
It's 1-0 for Gina. Now, Debbie, you control the question, and we'll have a chance to tie the game. And Debbie, we're having a little hard time hearing you. At least I am.
Yes.
Maybe you could step up to your phone a little more.
Okay, is that any better?
It's a little bit better, but speak up there. Debbie,
Okay.
where did Ben find his truck? Was it A, at the big Trucktober sales event? He saved a great deal of money on. B, Beekman's Diner. C, the Naughty Pine Cafe in Loa. Ask for Hazel. Or D, the Peach Pit Diner.
I'm going to go with B.
Beekman's Diner is correct.
That is correct. It's now tied 1-1. Gina's turn to try and answer a question.
Gina, which actor/actress played one of the Trapped Seven as well as one of the Living Dead? Was it A, Carl Hardman, B, Marilyn Monroe, C, Dame Judi Dench, because she can play anything, or D, Marilyn Eastman?
I'll go with D, Marilyn Eastman.
That is correct.
That was really difficult. It's 2-1. Debbie, now you have a chance to tie.
Debbie, what is Karen Cooper's single line of dialogue in the film? I hurt. That's A. B, MAGA. C, I turned myself into a pickle. I'm Pickle Karen. Or D, I can feel myself rot.
Oh. D.
I can feel myself rot? Good guess, but incorrect. I'm sorry. Gina?
Well, then it would have to be, as much as I want it to be,
Really?
Pickle Karen.
You're going to win. You're going to win, you know, if you get this right, Gina. And we won't
going
have any
for a
more of
minute?
these. We won't have any more of these fabulous questions.
Oh, okay, you turned me Pickle Karen. That's my answer.
Oh, no. Gina, that's incorrect. It's I hurt. Okay.
But you still control the question, I believe. That was the steal, so you still control the question.
Steal, so now this is your question. You control it. Gina, what does Ben use to keep the undead at bay? Is it A, that new Vin Diesel record? Have you heard it?
Yeah.
B, fire. C, circles of salt on the ground. Or D, an apple a day. Keeps the zombies away. That's the old saying, right?
That's what I heard. Yeah. I don't know. Do we need to stretch this out anymore, or should I just put a stake in it?
Yeah, we can just.
Okay. That would be torches. That would be fire.
Fire. There we go. You
Gina
are the
wins
winner, Gina.
the game.
Oh,
Fabulous.
Gina, way to go.
Yeah, way to go, Gina. That was
It's
brilliant.
all good. It's all good.
Debbie, you were a good sport. Would you like the promise of someday getting a Radio from Hell tote bag?
Yes, I would. Yes, I would.
Okay.
Hang on the line. We'll get your information, and someday someone will contact you about how to get it.
make it worth your while.
I'm afraid
I am so sorry, Johnny. I didn't have the music ready, your theme music.
That's all right.
For the game, here we go.
All righty then. Let's hunker down and gear up for the game show of all game shows. It is perhaps the gamiest game show ever presented in the history of broadcasting. You guessed it. By the smell alone, you know. It's Beat Gina. I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola. How do you handle a hungry man? With the Manhandlers. Hungry Man double meat bowls. So hearty you need a knife. And now, if you are hungry for excitement, here's just the man to bring it. The star of Beat Gina, Kerry Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny.
You're welcome.
I feel like I let you down not having the music ready.
No, it's fine.
You expect professional game show.
I'm not complaining. I still get paid.
All right. Well, let's see. We have a contestant on the phone. The computer has decided that Peter shall be the contestant. Hello, Peter.
Hey, guys. How you doing? It's Party Pete here.
Okay, Peter. Let's decide who goes first. We'll use the coin toss app here. You call it in the air, Peter. It will give you an advantage. Heads or tails?
We're going heads.
All right. Coin toss app says, as you can see there, Katie, tails.
Tails.
Which means Katie goes first. All right.
Is Peter aware that he's not playing against Gina?
I hope so.
I hope he's figured that out.
All right.
Yeah.
You'll be playing against.
I think I got.
All right. So
I think I got that one.
Peter, if you beat Katie, who's going first in the game, if you beat Katie at Crisp Pratt, it's so hard to say, Chris Pratt trivia, then you'll win tickets to see the Lost 80s live show.
Yep. A lot of bands.
A lot of bands. But if she beats you, yes, it will be totally rad. If she beats you, oh my God, Peter, would you please?
What's wrong with your phone?
Your phone is killing us, Peter.
Okay, apologies.
Stop.
Am I better now?
Yeah,
Yes.
stop clicking things.
Yes, just leave it there.
Every time you do that, it's like a spike in my skull. Stop it. All right.
I'm outside of my work and there's a lot of traffic, so I'm trying to take it easy with you guys.
Still, I forgot where I am now because you just
Lost 80s live tickets.
You've given me a headache.
First.
All right, but if Katie beats you, then what are you prepared to do in her name?
I could do a couple of backflips, and then I was hopeful that maybe there was talk about a donation maybe to an Alzheimer's Association.
Oh, perfect.
I'll take both those backflips and the donation.
All right, so Katie goes first. This first question is for her to answer exclusively. Okay. And if she gets it wrong, then I'm going to go to you, Peter, and you can get a chance to answer it and steal her point away. Here we go. We'll go back and forth until one of you hits 3 points. Katie.
Yes.
Chris Pratt owns a ranch.
Oh, joy.
What is the name of the ranch that Chris Pratt owns?
A.
Is it A, Department of Homeland Obscurity, B, Mar-a-Lago, C, Stillwater Ranch, or D, Parks and Ranchriation?
As much as I would love it to be D, the only one that sounds somewhat normal would be C.
Stillwater Ranch is correct.
That's 1 point for Katie, and now Peter's turn.
Peter, why did Pratt steal Star-Lord's costume from the Guardians of the Galaxy set? Why did he do it? Was it A, he liked how the long tails of the jacket covered his ass because he's very sensitive about it? B, so many pockets. C, to wear while visiting children's hospitals. Or D, his mother wanted to keep it in her Treasures of Truth cedar chest.
He is a funny guy, and I would say, a couple of those might match him, but I'm going to say C because he sounds like a really nice dude. I think he wore it to children's hospital.
He has done that, yes.
All right, that's 1 point for Peter. The game is tied. It's Katie's turn.
Okay.
Katie, before he started acting, Pratt was homeless and at one time lived in a van.
Okay.
What was painted on the side of the van? Was it A, Shaggy and Scooby-Doo? B, a mural of Jesus riding a velociraptor? C, a Molly Hatchet album cover? Or D, the words Shaggin' Wagon?
Man, I was really hoping for a fanboys joke there. We're going to go with Scooby-Doo.
Shaggy and
real?
Scooby-Doo, yes.
All right.
I would have a van with that on the side of it for sure.
That's 2 points for Katie. Now Peter has a chance to tie the game.
Peter, Pratt has a large collection of what? Is it A, red hats, B, preserved insects, C, celebrity hair, or D, bottle caps?
Ooh, that's close. It's probably between C or D. I'm going to go with preserved insects.
That is correct.
Well,
Yeah.
that's a very good guess. Peter.
That is.
You've tied the game. Now it's Katie's turn. If she gets this, she wins.
Totally was thinking bottle caps on that one.
Who influenced Pratt's performance of Star-Lord? This is
Okay.
who he channels.
Right.
Is it A, Burt Reynolds and Dom DeLuise in Cannonball Run? B, Arthur and Betty White from Golden Girls? C, Blue Falcon and Dynamite Dog Wonder? Or D, Han Solo and Marty McFly?
They're space people. We're gonna go Han Solo.
Han Solo and Marty
And
McFly
Katie
is correct.
wins the game.
Sweet. I
Nicely
think that's
done.
the first time I've actually won.
I'm sorry, Peter. I'm sorry. No prize for you. You're just what?
Yeah.
What?
I mean, like, he tried, and I was luckily to guess those. So, and Alzheimer's. That's a really great thing to donate
All
to.
right.
And he did promise extra with 2 backflips.
All right. Give him the
So-
tickets.
All
too.
right.
We'll
Hang
give
on,
you those lost 80s.
hang on the line, and Cameron Diaz
You
will,
guys totally rock.
Thanks, Peter.
Cameron
Hang
Diaz will
on.
get your information. Hang on.
I've got to go. I'm fixing a hole where the rain gets in to stop my mind from wandering where it will go.
You better hurry.
I am.
Good luck.
Thank you. All right. News now brought to you by.
Take an unforgettable cross-country
about that.
adventure into hidden wonders of the natural world, into America's wild 3D. Visit some of the most beautiful and untamed landscapes of America. Now playing at Clark Planetarium's IMAX Theater.
Really news, huh?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was.
Well, I've got enough Chris Pratt trivia. We could probably play again if you want.
Well, I'll see what I can come up with.
All right.
I mentioned this earlier. Talk about it a little more. Senator Mike Lee, whose text messages raised questions over his involvement in trying to overturn the 2020 election, said he'd be willing to talk to the January 6th investigative committee if he were asked. Oh, sure. I'd be willing to talk if they want to talk, said the Utah Republican on Fox News on Sunday. Lee said the committee hasn't reached out to him in any form of deposition or any other way. He said Fox News anchor Shannon Bream showed Lee a clip of former President Trump calling the January 6th committee hearings a complete and total lie. It's a complete and total fraud.
Oh.
And then he brought up, the host brought up the senator's text messages to the White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows. I knew how bad Joe Biden would be as president. I knew how bad he would be in the Oval Office, Mike Lee said. There was some uncertainty in the wake of the election. Near the end of December, he said there were rumors suggesting some states were withdrawing and reallocating their electoral votes. Lee said he communicated with Meadows just to find out if those rumors were true, because the Senate has a role in certifying the votes. I couldn't get any answers, so I reached out to state lawmakers in various states, not trying to influence anyone, simply trying to find out if the rumors were true.
That's not.
The rumors weren't true. No state had any intention of withdrawing its slate of electoral votes, and that made it an easy decision on my part to certify the results of the election, he said. I think that there is a little more to it than that.
Yes, there is.
He's pretending that that's the case, but I think he, as I recall, directly asked Mark Meadows about it and then offered his unequivocal support.
He did.
As a matter of fact, here's a quote from one of Lee's text messages. I offer you my unequivocal support to exhaust every legal and constitutional remedy at your disposal to restore America's faith in our elections. Earlier this month, Lee said the documentary film, which has been totally debunked, 2,000 Mules, it raised significant questions about what might have happened in the election.
No.
It does not.
It does not. And all of the testimony that you've seen in the past, too, Mike, it's spelled out. It's spelled out, and you knew that. You knew that. And if you want to talk to the committee, call them. They'll be happy to talk to you.
Sure.
Don't wait for them to call you. You call them and do the right thing.
Now, let's see.
Get under oath.
I want to do this story. I want to do this one.
Mm-hmm.
COVID-19, well, how are we doing? Not well.
Nope.
Here in Utah particularly, COVID is on the rise in Salt Lake County, and it's not good, and people are, and it's because people are not getting vaccinated and they're not being careful. They're pretending that nothing is wrong when everything is wrong.
I mean, just go to the grocery store and look at how many people are wearing masks. It's usually me.
Yeah.
I get strange looks walking in there with masks now.
I go to the avenues, and we people up in the Avenue Smiths, we all wear masks up there. Well, really about half probably. It's better than most places.
I was going to say that's more than all the places I've been to.
It is better. It is better than most places. But it's just bad news with the COVID levels. Let's see what else we have here. An 18-year-old man was arrested over the weekend after he allegedly attacked multiple people at a party in Salt Lake with knives in each hand.
Wow.
He had a knife in each hand. This does not sound like a fun party.
No.
According to court documents, 18-year-old Andreas Milovan Riveros got into an argument with another person at the party held Saturday night at an apartment in Rose Park. He left the party, but witnesses said he came back. He had to go get his knives, you see. Had one in each hand. People tried to disarm him, but he attacked and cut 3 people in the process, and that's making me shiver just to think of it. They were taken to the hospital. Injuries were minor, not life-threatening. They're just blaming it on the fact that he was heavily intoxicated, but, I was heavily intoxicated this weekend, and I didn't stab anybody.
You didn't go after your knives.
No, I didn't. Let's see. This is interesting story from the Salt Lake Tribune. For nearly a decade, yard signs, and maybe you've seen these in Olympus, at the foothills of Mount Olympus.
Mm-hmm.
George Fischler has signs on his yard. The signs have been a fixture in front of his home ever since a teen treatment program called Eva Carlston Academy moved in next door to his house, despite opposition from the neighbors. The yard signs, Fischler said in a recent court hearing, are his form of protesting against this teen treatment center. He doesn't want the 16-bed program in his neighborhood and all that comes with it, primarily increased traffic and noise from the girls who live next door. They've ruined my neighborhood, Fischler said, and the only reason this business is in my neighborhood is to make money. All of a sudden, I have cars constantly going by my house every day, and they're all going in there to do one thing, make money. But Christy Ragsdale, the founder of Eva Carlston Academy, said the neighbor's behavior is not limited to signs in his yard, and he puts out signs that are critical of the... He shows her and other staff his middle finger when they drive by, she said, and yells derogatory things at them and at the girls who live there. Ragsdale eventually sought a stalking injunction against her neighbor in a case that has now been tied up in Utah court system for 6 years. She calls his signs repulsive, and his behavior scares her. It's been 6 years since they've been there. I don't see any reports here that there's been any particular problem with the place.
Probably not.
It's
crank.
He doesn't like. Well, other neighbors didn't like it, but it's happened, and everybody has just learned to live with it. But he continues to attack them and yell "F you" at them, and
classy fellow.
Yeah, seems
I saw a great tweet today, and I wish I could read it exactly the way it is. Says, but it's from Sally Field.
Oh yes, yes.
She's commenting on Samantha Bee, and Samantha Bee has used the C word in referring to Ivanka Trump. Sally Field says, I like Samantha Bee a lot, but she's flat wrong to call Ivanka the C word. C words are powerful, beautiful, nurturing, and honest. I like Sally Field.
Yeah, sports weather traffic.
Sports soccer happened over the weekend. Real Salt Lake won over San Jose, which was really cool. Looks like LA Galaxy is taking on Sacramento Republic today at 8:30 p.m. You can watch that on ESPN. If you like the hockey, like I do, well, hopefully you weren't an Avalanche fan because Avalanche lost to the Lightning 6-2.
Darn it.
I know, Bill. I'm sorry. But the Stanley Cup is still going on. They're on Game 3, so keep your eyes out for that. Baseball is happening, the baseballs. I know absolutely nothing. Last baseball game I went to, I got booed at, so, that happened. I cheered at the wrong moment, and the Braves fans didn't like it. So I don't know football, guys. But Colorado is playing at Miami tonight, and that's happening at 4. And looks like Los Angeles is taking on Cincinnati as well. And that's going to be your sports for today. Weather. Looks like it's 60 degrees right now. We're going to get a high of 84 today, and then a nice cooler down kind of evening with a high of 56 for the low. It's going to be fairly sunny today, so keep your eyes out on that. And it's going to stick like that for the rest of the week, it seems like. Traffic, I just did a refresher. There is a crash eastbound I-215 south at the Union Park on-ramp in Midvale. The clearance time is 9:45. It doesn't tell me what shoulder is being blocked, so just keep your eyes out there. The crash eastbound Riverdale Road at the 15th West point in Ogden is still there. The right shoulder is closed. Should be cleared around 9:15. And everything else looks pretty good that I can see. That is all brought to you by Gracie's is open daily for lunch and dinner and brunch on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Enjoy food, drinks, and live music on our award-winning heated patio. Gracie's is at the corner of 3rd South and West Temple, adults only.
All right, thank you very much. We'll take a break. We will be back. We got Frank Christ Presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine coming up here about 20, 25 minutes from now. Our Dead Celebrity Game, and you could win prizes.
Mm-hmm.
Stand by for that. BigOTires.com.
Big O Tires, certified technicians. Not only do they sell tires, they are experts in brakes, shocks, struts, alignments, oil changes, all of that. So you can feel comfortable with Big O for most of your automotive needs for your car.
Go to their website, find the location near you, because I made the mistake one time of thinking I was going to a Big O. I wound up going to a different tire place. I just assumed it was.
You don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Big O, 60 years in the business. Big O's learned the most important thing, keeping customers happy year after year, and that's service. Excellent service, and they really are on top of it. Right now, you can save $100 instantly on Big O's newly redesigned Big O brand tire. They include all-season tread design and a 3-year warranty. And what's really cool is you can make an appointment online. Just go to BigOTires.com. Remember, Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Did you have some emails of interest?
I have an email of interest here. I think it's of great interest. It says it's an email of interest right in the subject line.
Now, see, that's the problem that I have with it, is that the writer has determined it's of interest, and we are the ones who determine if it is of interest.
I looked through. I think it is.
Okay. Email of interest.
And it came to us via Radio from Hell at x96.com. Anyone can send us an email of interest. There's another one here. It's not so interesting. But this one, an email of interest.
It says, Dear, good morning, lords and ladies. Given these silly times, I've taken it upon myself to take Bill's advice of turning to the Great British Baking Show for solace, and I can't recommend it more. I also couldn't help but find correlations of my unknowing best friends, Radio from Hell, with the show Great British Baking Show. So there are correlations. First one, number one, Bill. Bill equals Paul Hollywood. Not much of a surprise there, but all candidates are clearly over the moon with the guy. You see why it's an email of interest, of course. Any hint of approval, especially the Paul Hollywood handshake, is very reminiscent of Bill's Once Upon a Time. I'll give you a hearty handshake, a firm handshake. Bring candidates and viewers alike to tears. We all just want Bill to accept us, and it's a high bar. Number two, Gina equals Prue. Now, Prue is the lovely older woman who's Paul Hollywood's co-host and baker.
Judge.
Okay.
Yeah. Prue, obviously, she urges the candidates on, encourages them to reach their highest potential, but will still question certain missteps. She smooths out Paul's rough edges when she feels that the candidate is upset and just makes everything okay. Gina makes everything feel okay, but is not hesitant to step in when something isn't right. Just like Prue.
Nice.
And number three, Carrie, equals Noel. He keeps everything moving. He cuts in at exactly the right time and keeps everyone's morale up. He's clearly an improv pro and lets no innuendo be unaddressed. Carrie is an absolute genius, it says here. I've been listening to Radio from Hell addictively since 1998, and I cannot imagine life without you guys.
Aw.
Love, Tawny.
Nice.
That's nice.
Email of interest. Thank you, Tawny. All right.
Okay. Yep. 8:49 right now. And let's get.
Is it Mark?
Yeah, Mark is on.
Mark, how are you?
Hang on, let me lock him in. There we go. There's Mark.
Mark Stewart, the Advocates. Are you there, Mark?
I'm here.
Did you know that Donald Trump invented the word conveyor belt? That's what he says.
I didn't until I just heard that clip.
Yeah. Mark is with the Advocates. Of course, we talk about the Advocates all the time. And what are you going anywhere for the 4th of July?
I'm actually not. We're staying in town this year.
A lot of people will be driving, even though gas prices are expensive.
I think I might be.
Are you going to drive somewhere?
I might. Well, yeah, I'll take the electric car. But
it's when people go out for vacation in their cars, bad things can happen, right, Mark?
They can. Yeah, as we've talked about on your show a bunch of times, the more people that are out on the road, obviously the greater likelihood that there is for accidents. Holidays, a lot of times, too, is usually when there's more DUI type accidents as well. So definitely be cautious as you're out there traveling around.
Yeah, I mean, certainly don't drink and get behind the wheel, but be aware that maybe some other moron is. Exactly. And keep your eyes open and be alert, right?
For sure.
It's, it never ceases to amaze me, though. Yesterday, I think every time I'm on I-15 or any interstate highway, and cars are going, 70, 80 miles an hour, and we're all there, and it seems like it's really a stupid thing to be doing. I'm amazed there aren't more accidents because it's just these big hunks of metal hurtling down the highway. It's dangerous.
Yeah, it really is. I think that too when I'm out on the freeway, especially when you look over and you see someone who's looking at their phone. Oh, they're driving 80 miles an hour.
I was not.
I know that was not you because you don't drive 80 miles an hour.
I do where the speed limit is 80. I don't like to exceed the speed limit. But people get into accidents, and you see bad ones, I'm sure, in your line of work, Mark.
We do, for sure. Yeah, and one thing I wanted to talk about a little bit today is when you do get in an accident, one of the number one things that we get asked is, what do I do if I am injured and I have medical bills?
Yeah.
Who's going to pay for those bills? How are those going to get taken care of? And in Utah, we luckily have, with all auto insurance, it's called PIP, or personal injury protection coverage. And what that is it's a set amount of money, at least $3,000, that your own auto insurance will pay towards your medical bills. And the purpose of that really is to encourage people, if they are hurt, to go and get treatment so that they aren't worried about who's going to pay their bills, but they can actually get better. So that's the first thing. If you do get injured, just know that you do have at least $3,000 of coverage available to go and get looked at. It's not going to raise your insurance premiums. Your insurance isn't going to drop you. They actually have to pay that money. And then what we do over at the Advocates is make sure that any bills above and beyond that $3,000 amount are going to get paid by the other driver's insurance. And then also that they're going to pay you compensation for the pain and suffering that those injuries have caused.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, $3,000, how far does that go these days, Mark?
Not far.
Not far at all. I mean, if you end up going to the ER after your accident, that $3,000 is usually taken just by the first ER visit.
If you're pretty banged up, you may not be you may not be able to call the Advocates yourself, but I assume you get family members calling for people who've been in an accident, right?
Yeah, we do all of the time. A lot of times it is a family member who's calling because they've gone over to the hospital to meet their loved one who's at the hospital, and so they'll call and say, hey, what can we do? So, yeah, I would say probably 50% of the time the initial call is being made by a family member.
Yeah, don't hesitate to call the Advocates. That's part of the story here is because you're not suing somebody. You're getting the money from an insurance company.
Yeah, you're getting what's owed to you. Because chances are you haven't read your insurance policy, where Mark has read all of the insurance policies, and he knows.
Yeah, by the way. I recommend
that. Yeah, I don't want to do that.
No.
So, Mark, let's talk a little bit before we go about the apple tree sponsorship. Can you tell people about that?
Yeah, so I think this is the 4th or 5th year that the Advocates has been doing it in conjunction with you guys. But yeah, it's a program to help kids get ready for school. And so we'll have in our offices in Ogden, Salt Lake, and American Fork a tree that you can come in and take an apple off of that has a child's name as well as some school supplies that they need. And then you can go and get those school supplies. You can either bring them back to our office, or you can take them, I believe, to the road home, and then they'll help distribute them to the children that need school supplies to get going for the new school year.
Where do you get apple seeds that will actually grow apples with kids' names on them?
There's some guy named Johnny Appleseed that comes by the office and gives them to us.
Now, what if we just want to donate? What if we just want to help, financially? Is there a way to do that?
Yeah, there is. I believe on the website, on the Road Homes website, they have a link where you can go and you can just make a monetary donation if that's easier.
Yeah, the roadhome.org, I think it is. Mark, always nice to talk to you. The Advocates, if you've been in an accident, you know who to call, 801-355-5550. We'll chat again, okay?
Yeah, you bet. Thanks, you guys. Have a nice week.
Bye.
See ya. Traffic, please, Katie.
Traffic. I did a nice little refresher just a moment ago, and that crash off of eastbound I-215 on the Union Park on-ramp in Midvale is still having some problems. The clearance time is going to be about 9:45 for that. If anybody's listening in Wasatch County, there's a crash out there, but I feel like we don't get many out there. Right shoulder's closed on northbound I-15 out there. That is the latest on traffic that I have. I'm going to check the message stream really fast. Nope, there's nothing there. Okay. I assume the light is still out on 2nd West and 4th South in Salt Lake City, so treat it as a 4-way stop because I haven't heard otherwise. And that is traffic for you.
Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back. You can call now if you'd like. We've got some messages and a song between now and then, but we're going to play Frank Christ Presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine, our Dead Celebrity game. If you can get past the grimness, you could win. What's our prize today?
We have some more of the
Lost
Pride.
Ladies Lives?
No, it's Pride Under the Lights tickets.
Oh, those are good too.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. Looks really
fun.
fun.
That's the aquarium.
Yes.
So call if you'd like. 877-602-9696 is the number to play. Frank Christ Presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine. Wendy's for breakfast and late at nights. Download the Wendy's app. You should have it all the time, but you need to download it for this special for breakfast I'm about to tell you about. You can start your morning with the 2 for $3 mix and match deal in the Wendy's app. You can mix and match 2 great breakfast items. I love these. Your choice of the sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or the sausage or bacon, egg Swiss croissant for just $3, but only when you order in the Wendy's app. I'll be ordering the sausage Swiss croissant. That's my favorite. But you can get those for just $3. Delicious breakfast only through the app and limited at participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours. The Wendy's app account registration required. It's not valid with any other coupon or offer. If you're out driving around late at night and you're a little hungry, you know what I mean? You got a little craving.
Yep.
Pull up to Wendy's and get some French fries. Hot and crispy French fries preferred over McDonald's almost 2-to-1. Yeah. They're also favorite. Yeah, they are. They're also guaranteed to be hot and crispy. So when you order them and you get them, and if they are not, they probably will be, but if they are not, they will make you some that are hot and crispy. So hit Wendy's drive-thru.
Now, did you find the Mitt Romney?
I did find the Mitt Romney.
All right, let me just read to you briefly where he did this. It was during a surprise appearance at a dinner this week.
Did he pop out of a cake?
For Washington, D.C. radio and television reporters, his top 10 list of reasons why he dropped out of the race for the White House earlier this year.
Oh, now I found the David Letterman. Is this a different thing that
Well,
you're
it says
talking
Romney.
about?
It says here Romney offered the David Letterman-style list, written with the help of several campaign advisors at the Radio and Television Correspondents Annual Awards dinner Wednesday night. A video of the appearance is available on YouTube.
Now, see, I've got the David Letterman. I don't know if this is the same thing.
Why don't you do it, and I'll see if that's
I also
the same
have
thing.
the other one, too. So.
Top 10 reasons Mitt Romney dropped out of the presidential race. Well, here you have it. As topical as though torn from today's headline. Exactly right. Top 10 reasons Mitt Romney dropped out of the presidential race. Here we go, number 10. Harsh Midwest weather was murder on his split ends. Number 9.
Is that...
This is not the Mitt Romney one. This is Letterman's, but let's see which one is funnier.
Okay.
Wants to devote more time to his rap persona, P. Mitty. P. Mitty. Number 8, polls show public doesn't want a president who looks like a casino greeter.
That's good.
Number 7, just couldn't compete with the Ron Paul juggernaut. Number 6.
That's funny.
Unveiling a new line of honey-roasted rom nuts. What? What? What?
Honey roasted rom
Honey-roasted rom nuts. I don't know what's the matter with the guy. Number 5, that bastard Zogby headed in for him. Number 4, apparently America's not ready for a white male president. Number 3.
That's a good one.
Number 3. No, number 3, writer suffering from Mitt withdrawal. Number 2, there was that little problem of nobody voting for him. And the number 1 reason Mitt Romney dropped out of the presidential race, lost all of his money betting on the Patriots.
There you go.
I was so angry.
What?
Saturday night. After I went to the Warped Tour, I went to a party, and I think it was about 10 o'clock at night. I get home, and I'm out. I was out on the sidewalk. It's not important why. 10 o'clock, out on the sidewalk, and what do I see coming across the street? A raccoon, and there's a lot of traffic, and he's coming right toward my house.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of traffic,
Yeah.
and the lights in the car honked, and the raccoon kind of, like this, and I thought, God, hit him! I was hoping the car had hit him, but it missed him.
Yeah.
And he came, and I'm standing 20 feet away from him.
Yeah.
And he came running, and he ran, and I started yelling at him, and he ran right up my tree, the one that's in my front yard. I have a gigantic, like
Bill treed a coon.
a 50-foot tree. Yeah, I treed a coon. I was yelling, you son of a... Get back here!
Bill lives where the red fern grows.
I was just so mad, and he ran up the damn tree, and they're everywhere. God.
I think they've declared war on you.
I think they have.
Coming to get you.
It's like birds have declared war on my wife. Raccoons.
No kidding.
Declared war on you.
He stopped and growled at the car. I swear to God he did.
Hi, Rose.
Get away!
Shake his fist. Roadhog!
His
little birdie finger.
One of his little bandit hands,
Bird finger.
Their hands are almost human,
They have them,
but ran right up the tree in front of my house. God, that made me mad.
What are you going to do?
Did your wife lock you out again? You sleep on the porch. Was it one of those?
No.
No?
Oh, why I was on the
Why you were out on the front porch?
I was taking the night air.
It's farting.
Taking in the night air.
He's out farting.
Yeah. I'll be back in a while, honey. I gotta go take the night air.
He's right, isn't he?
No,
Taking the night wind.
No.
That's what it is.
No, I wasn't.
There's a breeze. Let me just put it that way.
Man, I live in the city. I don't
You
need
shouldn't
this
have- no,
crap.
You have to move to the country to get away from the coons.
No kidding. That just drives me crazy.
I tell you, we haven't had any raccoon problems since Van's dog Chase killed one in the backyard, and ever since then they're gone.
I believe that when I start trap, I should go home and set up a trap, and because if I trap a couple of them, they kind of lay off for a while.
Well, then that means you have to keep trapping them.
I know.
Got to send a message.
I know. I got the trap there. I just haven't. I'll set it, and Brian will come and get them.
I want reliable people who aren't going to get carried away.
This is years you've been dealing with this.
I just hate it.
Got to send a message to the coon community.
I haven't seen one of the cats for quite a while.
Rush or G. Gordon, you mean?
Yeah, Rush is. I haven't seen Rush for a week. Maybe Rush is finally gone.
You know, raccoon will kill a cat.
I know. They've been coexisting for a while.
Well, no, I mean, one of the Rush has been injured by the raccoon. I assume it's the raccoons. Before, I've taken him to the vet a couple of times with injuries. Just drives me crazy.
Well, got to kill one. Got to kill one. Send a message.
Spill blood.
Well, it's just sprinkle raccoon blood on the threshold.
Well, where are you going to get that raccoon blood, huh?
From a raccoon, I guess.
You got to bleed one.
Can't you buy it at Sportsman's Warehouse?
No, that's urine, and that will attract them. I'm sorry.
Man. Zip on my hoodie. It's cold in here.
Yes, it is.
And it's even colder when Frank Christ, our celebrity Grim Reaper, enters the studio.
Does he always bring this smell with him?
Yes. It's like rotten eggs.
You don't understand. It's the curse.
Could you just... Is there anything you could spray on yourself so we don't have a sulfur smell?
I've tried Chanel No. 5.
Oh, Frank.
I even tried Elizabeth Taylor's White Diamonds.
Oh, Frank. Frank Christ, celebrity Grim Reaper. He takes the souls of precious, precious celebrities, he puts them on the back of his electric scooter and takes them to the river Styx.
I don't like my job.
Frank.
I love our precious celebrities.
I know you do, Frank. We're going to play a little game here with Frank Christ. It's called Frank Christ Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
That is 3 of the people I have on a list here are fine, but one of them is not just fine. One of them has been taken by Frank. We have a contestant?
The computer has decided that Mark should be your contestant.
Mark, hello.
Good morning.
How are you, Mark?
Well, it's the first day of summer, but somehow I'm a little chilly. But otherwise, I'm fine. I'm just fine.
Oh, good to
Very
hear,
good.
Mark.
Very good. I hope so, because...
Hope you stay that way.
You're not a celebrity, are you, Mark?
Oh, no. I'm the opposite.
Okay. Well, Frank, you're safe from Frank, but, there are others.
I just want to point out that because you call in on a radio contest does not make you a celebrity, so you won't meet me. But one of my other fellow co-workers at the home office, yes. Oh,
all right.
They're awfully enthusiastic at the home office.
Mark, are you ready to play Frank Christ Presents?
They're fine. They're just fine.
Let's go.
All right. I've got 4 names here. These are all people who are actors in the movie Alien Resurrection, which was, I think, the 4th movie in the Alien Saga.
Yes.
And I'm going to read you these names. Three of them are, these actors are what, Frank?
Three of them are fine. I've never met three of them. They're fine. They're just fine.
Just fine, but one of them has gone. Frank has taken it. So here we go. The first actor I'm looking at here is Dan Hedaya, who played General Martin Perez. The next actor, number 2, Brad Dourif, who played Dr. Jonathan Getterman. Then 3, the third one, is J.E. Freeman, who played Dr. Mason Wren. And then, finally, Ron Perlman, who played Ron Joyner in Alien Resurrection. Now, of those 4 names, which one has gone to the great beyond with Frank Christ?
Well, my wild guess is going to be the third one, Mr. Freeman.
J.E. Freeman is correct.
Wow. Nice.
Oh, hey.
Frank took him in 2014. He was not very old either.
He was much too young.
But he was sickly.
He was.
And he was just barely on that celebrity cusp. He almost not a celebrity, but
he was the love interest in that one, as I recall.
Was he?
Yeah.
All right, you win, Mark. Congratulations.
Well, fantastic. I'm glad to have won.
Thanks for playing. Hang on the line, and a nice person will come on and tell you how to get your prize, okay?
Put you on hold.
All right. Frank?
Yes, Dan Hedaya, the hairiest man in show business.
Yes, Dan is 80 years old.
He's 80?
Yeah.
Oh, when's his birthday?
I'm not sure, Frank, but you might be able to make sure that he doesn't see the next birthday.
Well, he's much older than Meredith Baxter, who's 75 today.
That's yes. He is 5 years older, as a matter of fact.
How's Kathy Mattea feeling at 63?
I don't even know who Kathy Mattea is.
She's a country singer, I believe.
All right.
Joey Kramer, the drummer from Aerosmith, 62 today.
Well,
he's feeling all right.
Hard living.
Yes, that's true. In Rockstar years, 62, he's really 82.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Frank, thanks for coming by to play the game, and I assume we'll see you tomorrow?
Well, yeah. Lord willing and the creek don't rise, as they say.
As they say.
All right. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Frank. Bye. It's great. You know, that scooter goes just right through the window and then up into the air.
I get scared it's going to shatter every time.
But it just goes through the window. I don't know how he does that.
Well, that's part of the curse, you know.
Oh.
You know. I mean, that's, I guess, is that a curse? That,
it's one of the few benefits you probably have.
Serving for time and all eternity, reaping souls, that's a curse.
Yeah.
But one of the benefits is that, where he's going, he doesn't need roads.
And it's nice that he's environmentally conscious with that electric.
That's why he got an electric.
Yeah.
Juliette Lewis, 49 today.
Oh, go call Frank back.
No, I need season 2 of Yellow Jackets.
I agree.
That weird little show that I like.
It's really good.
I just can't. There's something about Juliette Lewis I just can't abide. I don't know what it is.
You don't abide.
No,
Juliette
I do not.
Lewis. All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We got big boy news and a Pinuendo coming up. Stand by for that. opendoor.com/myoffer. I went to opendoor.com/myoffer, saw for myself just how easy it was to request an offer on my home. Very simple to do. You just go to opendoor.com/myoffer. You'll enter your address like I did, tell them a little bit about your house, and then they will make you an offer in often minutes. Open Door takes a look at your house along with recent sales in your neighborhood. They come up with a very competitive offer, a real offer. You can get a competitive all-cash offer on your house at opendoor.com/myoffer. The other great thing about doing it, it's all done online. You don't have to, you can choose your own close date. That's very handy. You can move on your schedule. You can skip the listing and the staging and the strangers in your home and all of that stuff. You don't have to do any repairs or anything like that. They'll just take it as is. So get a free offer on your house at opendoor.com/myoffer. Offer eligibility varies. Open Door is represented by Open Door Brokerage, Inc., license 02061130 in California, and Open Door Brokerage, LLC, in its other markets.
I made a big mistake. Well, I didn't. It had to be done at some point. I haven't gotten on the scale, weighed myself, that is, since. So I had some back surgery to relieve some pressure on, excuse me, on the nerves in my back. And that has made it difficult for me to, well, it's made it impossible for me to do any exercise. And I exercise a lot, usually.
Uh-huh.
And then I went on vacation.
Well, sure.
And
you don't ever weigh yourself after vacation.
And you always put on a little weight on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
So a lack of exercise for a month, and then going on vacation for however many days to Hawaii, which involved a lot of
pineapple, drinking,
a lot of
empty calories.
Empty calories. Thank you. That. Would you please? Damn it, Gina. Could you start with the euphemisms? Would you not zero right in on the problem? Start with the euphemisms. I mean, I say, oh, is Aunt Flo here? You know, I don't say, what, John the Rag? You having a period?
You're trying to be funny?
Start with the euphemisms, please.
Before the reality?
Yeah, don't let the reality just don't smack me in the face with it, please. So 10 pounds since the last time I weighed myself.
So in a month you've gained 10.
I think I'd have to look and see when that surgery was.
You don't look like you've gained 10 pounds.
Oh, I sure feel like it. And I don't? Really? No?
You look fine.
You always say that, though. Because I don't know, why does she always say that? Because I don't think it's true.
I'm sorry, I was chasing down things that we have to take care of here. I'm, trying to fix the show. That's all.
She always says, you look fine. I think you say that either because you don't really look at me or at people. Because I look at you, and I wouldn't say that about you.
I didn't ask your opinion on how I look or how much weight I gained on my vacation.
I didn't ask yours either. You just offered it. I didn't ask your opinion.
Okay, I won't say you look fine. I start out saying something nice when I get in trouble for that.
I don't think I look. I think you can tell I've put on 10 pounds. Can't you, Carrie?
Gina, watch and learn. Really?
Can you tell that I put on 10 pounds?
You hide it well.
But you can tell, can't you?
No.
You can't?
No. I also don't look at you very closely.
I believe that.
It's true. I don't look at anybody very closely.
I know. I
keep my head down. I do my job. I get out.
I look at people too closely.
Yeah, would you quit looking at me so closely?
I'm sorry, how's your eye?
It's better.
Is it really? That's what you said. That's what you said when it wasn't.
But now it's just crusty, not puffy.
What did your husband say now that he's seen you? Did he, when he got home and looked at it, did he go, my God, why didn't you go to the doctor?
No, he's still saying it's fine, so it's fine. It's scabby.
I think that if you had FaceTimed him,
yeah,
he would have looked at it and went, "Oh God,
yeah,
Boots, get in there."
He was with me all weekend, and it was fine.
But so again, he doesn't look at you very closely. He just keeps his head down and does his job when he's with you.
Exactly.
Which I'm glad that he doesn't notice I've gained weight.
No, he just keeps his head down and does his job.
All right, 721, Big Boy News and Opinioendo now brought to you by
Tim Daly has new arrivals daily and a pre-owned selection of over 1,200 used vehicles to choose from. All makes, all models. Think forever warranty. Think Tim Daly.
Tragedy.
Oh?
A celebrity, longtime keyboard player for Fleetwood Mac has died. Brett Tuggle, 70 years old. He was a keyboardist and guitarist who played with Fleetwood Mac, with David Lee Roth, with Rick Springfield, and dozens of others. Springfield tweeted the news Sunday, sharing several photos of himself and Tuggle throughout the years. Our sweet Brett Tuggle made it home tonight, he said. God bless his beautiful spirit. I guess he was quite in demand as a keyboardist at one time.
He was a keyboard for hire.
Yeah. The Dixie Chicks were out on tour, and they got about 30 minutes into a show. Let's see, where were they? I forget which venue they were at. Indianapolis. 30 minutes, and they stopped and said, we can't complete this. The one of them, I don't know which chick it is, has a really bad vocal problem. We apologize for the inconvenience. Hope to see you all at our new dates, they said. But we've got to rest the voice, or we won't have it at all. And I understand they're really great in concert. Let's see. Yellowstone spinoff. That's
which one?
It's 1930. They were going to call it 1932, but now they're calling it 1923. I don't know. That's just the main part of the story. We all already know that it's Harrison Ford and Ford. This Yellowstone is it's just a juggernaut. It's amazing. And it's a soap opera essentially, but it's well done and well written. And I was surprised at how entertaining I found it to be.
I mean, we got hooked after like 2 episodes, my fiance and I, and we're keeping up with it as it goes.
Yeah. I don't know when a new season is starting. Did you like the prequel?
The 1883.
Yeah. Did you like that one?
Yes.
I liked it okay, except I found that girl, the main character, kind of to be awfully annoying at some points.
Yeah, I feel that.
She's really pretty, but just annoying, the character. But she died. Oh, I shouldn't have said anything, should I?
Oh, spoilers.
If you haven't seen it yet, tough. Mick Jagger said he's ready to resume the Rolling Stones UK and European tour after testing positive for COVID. He says he's better. They had to postpone only 2 shows, apparently, and they're back. They've rescheduled them, and they're back on the road, and Mick Jagger is now 104. I think. He's what is he, 78? Something like that?
That seems right.
He's way, I don't know how he does it, frankly. Martha Stewart is good friends with Snoop Dogg, and Martha Stewart decided to launch her new iHeartRadio podcast, the Martha Stewart Podcast. She knew that her close friend Snoop Dogg would make an excellent guest, and it's certainly true. The question they're going to ask is whether or not Snoop is smoking, Martha said in the little clip that she's released to promote it.
The answer is yes.
And then she says, "Can you tell me how many of those special cigarettes you smoke a day, do you think?" She asked Snoop.
Those jazz cigarettes?
He says, "Well, I don't know. It depends. When I'm shooting television, maybe about 15 a day, but when I'm making music, it's probably about 25. And the thing is, when I'm with Martha, she's the secondhand queen. I make sure she gets all the secondhand smoke."
I really want to know how much his blunt roller makes. Like,
he's got
he's
a
on
full-time
salary. Yeah.
Salary.
I'm so curious.
Martha Stewart said, "I love the secondhand smoke. It's fabulous." And I must tell you, it makes me feel really good.
Yes, it does.
And it does not disturb my concentration at all. In fact, I think it makes it even better. And it doesn't make me tired or any of those things that people say marijuana does to you. It's fantastic.
No.
I think it's great.
Clearly, he's smoking that sativa over there.
Yeah. Now Snoop he's got his hands in a lot of products.
Yeah.
Well, just on a whim, I was at the liquor store, and on a whim, I picked up a bottle of. It's from the 19 Crimes Vineyard.
It's his
winery.
His wine.
His red wine. It's a
good.
Cabernet.
Uh-huh.
I was really surprised. It
was okay?
It was good.
It's good.
We'll have to have Jimmy look into it and see.
Yeah, that's interesting. I would not have.
I was so surprised. I saw his face on the wine bottle, and I went, okay,
My friends bought it on a whim, too. We tried it, and I was like, well, I'm going to go buy buy some more.
Looks like Mike Pence is getting closer and closer to running for president.
He really thinks that it's going to work for him?
Former vice president. Well, he came out of the January 6th, these hearings, smelling like a rose, frankly. To some Democrats in Congress, he's become something of a hero for resisting Donald Trump's pressure campaign to overturn the 2020 election at a time when American democracy seemed to teeter on the brink. To Mr. Trump and his political base, Pence is a weakling who gave away the presidency.
Yeah, you got to get the nomination from your base first.
And to a swath of anti-Trump voters in both parties, he's someone who finally did the right thing by standing up to his former boss years too late after willingly defending or ignoring some of Trump's earlier excesses.
And still defends him after the whole thing went down. Still defends him.
The whipsaw of images creates an uncertain foundation for a presidential campaign, but Pence has been laying the groundwork, and he's pretty determined.
Mike, it's going to be Ron DeSantis or Greg Abbott.
It's going to be Donald Trump, Kerry. I'm sorry. It's going to be Donald Trump.
Not gonna.
Yes, he is. He's going to run, and he will have a good chance of winning, I'm afraid.
You can lord I told you so over me when it happens.
All right, I will.
I know you will.
But you
I'm not worried about it.
You can I told you so lord it over me if he doesn't run. But I just have the
I think he'll run.
Yeah.
But he won't get the nomination. I honestly don't think he will run. But you think he will run and get the
nomination.
I don't think he's.
Why wouldn't he? Run. If he ran, why would he not get the nomination? I mean, if he's, I think the Republican Party will just still lay down for him.
They probably will. Yeah. Now that I think about it.
Let's see. I wanted to mention there it is. It made me feel bad today. We talked last week about the Hong Kong Jumbo Floating Restaurant.
Yeah.
And that's what it was called, the Jumbo Floating Restaurant. And I guess it had fallen on hard times. It had been closed for a couple of years. It was for 50 years in the harbor in Hong Kong. And it was just a huge restaurant, a boat that's a restaurant. Huge restaurant, but I guess they decided they were going to take it away. They did. They started towing it away, and it sunk. Started taking on water, and it sunk. And they said that it's about 3,000 feet down.
Oh,
it said it'd be very difficult to get it to salvage it. They're thinking about it, but I don't know if they'll do it.
All right, weather.
Weather. We have a high of 84 today, but right now it currently looks like we're sitting at around 66. It's going to be a fairly clear skies today, maybe a little bit, a little cloudy, but it's going to clear up pretty nicely to give us a nice sunny day. Looks like it's going to continue that way for the rest of the week. 90s tomorrow, 91 on Thursday. It's just going to be so much fun into the hot heat, and that is brought to you by, do you or someone you love struggle with addiction? Help us out there. Renaissance Ranch is one of the Utah's best addiction treatment centers. Schedule a free consultation at renaissanceranch.com.
All right, so we'll take a break. We'll be back. Stockton 12 Honda.
Stockton 12 Honda, they've been in business out of the Southtown Auto Mall. I don't know how many years now, but
call Shane and ask him.
I will. Shane Parrish, the general manager, and I bought a couple of cars from Stockton 12 Honda. It's been a great experience for me, and I think if you want a car, that's a place to go. Now, of course, they have Hondas. That's right there in their name, Stockton 12 Honda, and they have a pretty good selection right now. A lot of Hondas to choose from, but they have great used cars as well. The last car I bought from Stockton 12 was a used car, and it was not a Honda, it was a Toyota. If you don't find the car that you like at Stockton 12 Honda, if there's some other model that you like, they'll help you find it. They'll try to track it down for you. Stockton 12 Honda, easy to find and easy to get to. They're right there on Auto Mall Drive in Sandy, just off I-15. They're Stockton 12 Honda. Listen, you will have a great experience. Go there.
Wing ding.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our beloved missionaries knocking on the door of a sand crawler on Tatooine.
Man, this thing is huge! Who ever heard of a camper being 100 feet long and nearly 60 feet tall?
Well, it's not really a camper. It's more like a mobile home. An entire tribe of Jawas call this sand crawler their home.
Well, I guess we better introduce ourselves before they decide to move on.
Hi there. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
And we was wondering if you had heard of our church and if you'd like to know more about it.
Lehigh, I think my universal translator in my name badge is broken. Could you tell me what the little guy said?
Well, I didn't understand him either. Oh no, our translators must not be programmed for Jawa. Now we'll never be able to bring them our message of salvation.
Excuse me, sir. Perhaps I could be of some assistance.
And I suppose that you speak Jawa.
I am a protocol droid, programmed in over 3 million forms of communication.
And I suppose that one of those over 3 million forms of communication is Jawa?
Oh, Jawa's like a second language to me. You be quiet, R2. I do speak Jawa like a native.
Well, then, if you wouldn't mind, could you tell us what they're saying? Talk to them.
Utna Bak Chala Elders? He says that they want your hyperbikes.
Well, you tell him that we need them to do our missionary work and that we would really need to be going soon, too.
Kala Chuk Nakda Zula Tem. Elders Lokta Nimboshan. Oh my.
What did he say?
He says that they will join your church in exchange for the hyperbikes, and they want to keep your name badges too.
They want eternal salvation and our hyperbikes?
Cool. They get our bikes and we get our first converts. What a deal. I mean, there must be 2, maybe 300 Jawas on board this piece of junk. I mean, we could convert them all.
Butch, those hyperbikes don't belong to us. They belong to the church.
And so will the Jawas after we baptize them.
Could this be it? Converts for Elders Christiansen and Jensen at last? Would the church frown on bartering for membership? And how many Jawas can you convert for a pair of Mark 32 hyperbikes with custom fender flares and luggage racks? Tune in next time to hear Lehigh say... No, and that is final. Now, Mr. 3PO, if you would just kindly ask the Jawas to give back our name badges, we'll be on our way.
Well, all right. What if I give them my luggage rack and fender flares and we just baptize, a couple of them?
No! That is your big problem, Butch. You always try to do things the easy way.
Oh, yeah? Well, listen to this. I've been letting you win at Scripture Chase.
On the next growth-stunting episode of Space
let's get the theme music going here. That's important. And let's get Elena on the phone. There she is.
Good morning, Elena.
Good morning. How are you today?
Fine. Are you okay?
I'm doing great, thanks. I'm super happy to be here with you.
You are? Well, we're happy to have you.
I am. I'm glad.
Where are you right now, Elena?
You know, I am in a little town called Vineyard, Utah, so I'm just west of Orem.
Thank you for answering that question for me, because I was just asking the other day, do people who live there call it vineyard or vineyard?
I remember this question, actually.
And I wasn't sure. So it's a vineyard.
Well, at least I call it vineyard, so.
Well, you're correct. We want to talk, of course, Elena's with Nightingale College, and we want to talk about food. Is that right?
Elena's in a good mood because she's been partaking of mood-boosting foods.
You got it.
Like what?
Well, so we're going to talk a little bit about nutrients that help to produce chemicals in your body and in your brain to help produce a good mood, essentially. And we'll talk a little bit about some specific foods, but mostly just nutrients that we should look out for.
Okay. Go ahead.
The first one is, sorry.
Go ahead.
The first one is omega-3 fatty acids. This can be found in fish, nuts, seeds, and algae oil.
Chips? No, potato chips?
You got it. Yep.
No.
If they're
No.
if they're cooked in omega-3, maybe.
But not really.
Yeah, probably not too much.
So what does that do for you?
So omega-3 provides the building blocks for healthy brain development and function.
I need that.
And they have found that, yeah, definitely. Omega-3 can help prevent some mental disorders. This isn't saying that you should stop any doctor-prescribed pills or anything like that, but it can help to just produce good chemicals in the brain.
Okay. What else?
The next one is B vitamin. B as in boy. This is found in meat, eggs, seafood, green leafy vegetables, and this, again, can be linked to a deficiency, can be linked to mood disorders and brain health issues. So vitamin B can be really beneficial.
Now, vitamin D is a lot of doctors are now saying that you should, they prescribe it and they measure your to see if you have enough, and most people apparently don't get enough vitamin D.
You know, it's true. A lot of Americans are deficient in B vitamins, and so supplements are totally okay with omega-3s, with the B vitamins. If you're having a hard time getting it in the foods that you eat, you can definitely use a high-quality supplement, and that is definitely better than nothing at all. So
now,
I encourage that.
Selenium. Talk a little bit about selenium, because that's an interesting one to me.
Yeah. So the body does not produce selenium, so we need to get it from foods. It's found in cod, Brazil nuts, walnuts, and poultry, which I'm guessing is mostly where we're getting it from, at least in America.
Okay.
And there's still some more research that needs to be done. They don't totally understand why it's so critical. They just understand that it is. So selenium helps us to produce antioxidants. And antioxidants help to reduce inflammation, which is critical for overall health and in particular for brain health.
Now, you got to eat a lot of turkey to get some tryptophan, right?
You got it. Turkey, beef, eggs, and dark leafy greens once again. And tryptophan isn't just good for a nap after Thanksgiving dinner. It's the precursor. It's a precursor for serotonin, which means we need tryptophan in order to produce serotonin in the body. And as you might know, serotonin is the feel-good hormone. So it impacts mood, sleep, digestion, sex drive, and lots of other primary bodily functions. So tryptophan is super important.
So if you want to improve your sex drive, eat turkey.
You got it.
Okay.
Take a nap and then later.
Now, chocolate. Dark chocolate is good for you, right?
It certainly is. And, of course, all things in moderation. So sugar in dark chocolate is a really quick way to boost the mood because sugar is a source of fuel for the brain In addition, dark chocolate in particular has some health-boosting flavonoids that help increase blood flow to the brain. Chocolate also has a very high hedonic rating. So
What's
this
that?
means that the smell, texture, and taste produce pleasure in the body.
Wow.
So it's just a really nice, indulgent food to enjoy.
Now, the next category, this is where my potato chips come in, huh?
Oh, yes. So, of course, eating your favorite foods. This can help to immediately boost our mood. And a lot of times we are sharing our favorite foods with friends and family. So it's also a really good way to experience social connection and social well-being, which we know is really good for overall health and in particular for our brain health.
Elena, we're out of time, but thank you. And if you want more information, you can go to where?
Nightingale.edu.
All right. Thank you, Elena.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I'm
Have
gonna-
a great day.
Thanks. I'm going to go have some potato chips.
Good for you.
That'll help your mood.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. We'll take a break. We will be back to crawl towards the exits. So stand by for that. Opendoor.com/myoffer. That's where you go to get an offer on your house. It's free. It's very easy to do. You can get a free offer on your house at opendoor.com/myoffer, a competitive all-cash offer on your house. And it's very easy to do. It's all done online. You can sell your house the moment that you need to, regardless of the situation. You don't have to wait for anybody. You can just do it on your own time, sell it on your own time. Just go to opendoor.com/myoffer, enter your address, tell them a little bit about your house, and they will make you an offer in minutes often. You sell directly to Open Door. You don't have to make repairs, do the prep work, schedule the showings. It's on your own time. You choose your close date. You move on your schedule, and you can sell in a matter of days, skipping the listing, staging, and strangers in your home. So get a free competitive offer on your house at opendoor.com/myoffer. Offer eligibility varies. Open Door is represented by Open Door Brokerage, Inc., license 02061130 in California, and Open Door Brokerage, LLC, in its other markets.
I've just been meaning to ask you, Gina, the last 3 days, and I forgot. Well, the last 2 days.
What?
So you went to collect your daughter at camp.
Yes.
On Saturday, I think it was.
Friday.
And we'd had some discussion last week about the letters, and you had written a letter to her, a daily letter that she took with her.
Yes.
And you instructed her to open one a day. Is
Yes.
that, and being the good little girl she
Yes.
is, I'm sure that's exactly the way she did it.
Yes.
Whereas when I was a little kid, when I'd gotten to camp, I would just want to open them all.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to read them all. And then she was incommunicado
for a week.
For really 7 days? Was it 7 days?
Sunday to Friday.
Yeah. Okay. And so the only communication that you could have with her would be a letter that she would send you.
Right.
And you kept waiting for the letter and waiting for the letter. And I said, you're not going to get the letter until after you pick her up. Have you received, as you went to get her and collected her tear-stained pillow and all of the soiled bedding and everything? And
she did very well, actually, at camp.
Well, I'm sure she did, but
I'm saying there wasn't a tear-stained pillow.
I joke.
I know.
Okay.
As I got home with her after we picked it up, it was in the mailbox.
As I thought.
Yes.
And was the letter tear-stained?
No.
Was it very detailed?
Yes.
What did she write it the first day, or did she just write it, like the day before you?
And then express it.
She wrote it halfway through, and she said, "Next year I know to write it earlier in the week."
But there you go.
But
it might have gotten to you.
Mm-hmm. But it was a happy letter. I'm having a great time. And she said, "I knew you would ask, Mom. The food is great," is what the letter said.
Is great.
I knew you would ask.
And then she had no trouble finding an owl to deliver it.
No, came right to the.
Right.
She's very, very methodical in her thinking. She said, "I sent it on Wednesday. I should send it earlier next time, but I should at least wait a day till I've done something to write about So she's figuring out the best day to send it. It's probably Tuesday, and then I would get it. But she did great. She wants to go back. So
she did the rope swing. She swam in the lake. She went canoeing.
No,
killed a bear.
No,
none of that.
No.
What do they do? What do they sit around and sew?
They made bread.
That's not camp. You go out. You got to go out and kill squirrels and play capture the flag at night, and then kids get lost in the woods.
At the very least, play with the fire.
Yeah, roast no fire.
Poking a stick in it?
No.
They made bread. They had morning meditation.
What?
Sissy camp. We did yoga, Mom.
She loved it. That's all that matters.
Sissy camp.
Okay.
Now, I saw this story today, and
Is that the one I was going to mention earlier?
The headline is, "Creator of the Labradoodle calls it Frankenstein's monster."
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Now, I know a Labradoodle.
I know several.
That is a lovely dog.
I know several Labradoodles.
Okay.
Or golden doodles. That's another kind of doodle, but
maybe this is a golden doodle, I know.
This is the Labradoodle specifically. I'll read you this. An Australian man who created the world's first Labradoodle says he regrets creating the popular hybrid breed, claiming in a recent interview that the majority of the dogs are, quote, either crazy or have hereditary problems. Wally Conran bred the first Labradoodle, a cross between a poodle and a Labrador retriever, in 1989 for a blind woman who couldn't have a guide dog because her husband was allergic to the dog hair.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Fast forward 3 decades, which I didn't realize they'd been around that long, but the Labradoodle's become one of the most popular mixed breed dogs in the world, a fact that doesn't sit so well with the man who made them. "I opened Pandora's box and released the Frankenstein's monster," said Conran. He fears people are overbreeding the dog, creating versions of their own, including Groodles.
What's that?
Well, this says golden retrievers and poodles. I always thought that was a
I thought that's
golden doodle.
Golden doodle.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's Groodle. Golden doodle sounds better, but
Spoodles.
Spaniel poodle.
Spaniel poodle.
Spoodles.
I find the biggest majority are crazy or have hereditary problems. I have met some damn nice Labradoodles, but they're few and far between. He spent 3 years trialing more than 30 poodles as guide dogs because their hair was hypoallergenic, but they didn't have the right temperament. They're damn cute dogs.
They are.
So
I wish they would do one that tastes like cotton candy.
But they're everywhere. They are.
Well, and apparently we haven't known that they're crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the one I know, I don't know him well, but he belongs to Luba, and Nome. His name is Leo, because he looks like a lion.
Is he? So I think he's a golden doodle.
Maybe so. He's got floppy ears. I'm looking at pictures here. I don't know. They look sort of the same to me. But he's got that curly hair, though.
Well, that's the poodle. That's the oodle part of it.
The oodle.
That's why they do it. Is they don't shed, and usually poodles are good for people.
I don't remember which one he is, but he's a very nice dog.
But I wanted to say on the record that I don't go for the doodle.
Doodle?
No, I
like
have
the doodles?
I have a golden retriever. I have the old school dog. I don't cotton to the mixing of oodles and doodles.
Are you a racist?
No,
You're a racist. This is misogynist. You're a misogynist. That's what you are. You don't believe in mixing of the races.
I'm a goldist.
Hannah says, Labradoodles are so hyper they chew on everything. My friend's Labradoodle chewed up a medical pill bottle, and their cat ate the pills and died.
Now,
See, they are crazy.
Now, this Labradoodle, I guess he is, Leo, he does like to chew stuff, but they have plenty of chew toys there for him. And he's very well behaved.
Ooh, I had a golden doodle, and it had a lot of health issues. I had to put it down in the end. So sad.
And I think part of the problem is they're overbreeding them now because they're super and you can get the minis.
Oh, see, now that's more my
the mini.
Yeah,
Lab.
I like little dogs.
Yeah,
playing God though.
Yep.
7. And that's just enough time to do the promo and crawl towards the exits.
Well, okay then.
All right. You ready?
Ready?
Yeah.
Coming up on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show.
At 6:45, it's Things That Must Go, but we need your help for this. So send us your must-goes to radiofromhell@x96.com. Plus, Dr. Cobble joins us at 7:45 to answer your health and COVID questions.
It's all happening on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
All right. Good enough?
Is that it?
I think that's it. I think we got all business taken care of.
Yeah.
didn't we? Fine job as always, Katie.
Thank you.
Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Gina will be here on Thursday.
There you go. Marcy is next.